They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built the foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built the foundation and they hate us for it. We built the foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody didn't pray for us. Nobody didn't pray. From generation to generation, vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Y'all know they're having the hearings at the Supreme Court. They had the Supreme Court arguments about birthright citizenship, ladies and gentlemen. The birthright citizenship argument at the Supreme Court right now. All right? I know this has been a popular topic today. Now, for those who don't know, the Supreme Court, they're looking at Trump's executive order. Trump put out an executive order that tried to end automatic citizenship for children born in the U.S. from immigrant parents, particularly illegal or undocumented immigrant parents. The order said that children would not be citizens if their parents are undocumented immigrants or on some temporary visa. So the Trump administration's argument is basically the 14th Amendment should be interpreted narrowly. But Trump and his administration said that the 14th Amendment, that ruling was meant for the children of slaves, the babies of slaves, foundation of Black Americans, yes, which is true. That order was supposed to be, it was meant for us. It wasn't meant for just everybody to come flood on in. Yeah? And so they're trying to reinterpret the 14th Amendment to limit birthright citizenship. So the leftist groups, the opponents of that, the groups like the ACLU and all these people, they're saying that the 14th Amendment has always guaranteed birthright citizenship broadly since 1868. Ending it would create a permanent underclass of people born in the U.S. but not citizens. They said that it's already settled in law and it can't be changed by an executive order. So, they had the arguments today. Trump showed up to the hearing. The Supreme Court justices, some people say they were largely skeptical of ending birthright citizenship. Even some of the conservative justices, they were questioning some of the government's arguments. So it's interesting to see how this is going to go down. There was no decision made today. There was no executive order put in effect right now. A lot of the lower courts, they've blocked it nationwide. The Supreme Court, they were basically just hearing their oral arguments today. They expect a decision this June or July. All right. So we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but whatever way the outcome goes, just the fact that this argument went all the way up to the Supreme Court, this is very significant. All right. Family, this shows the power of the delineation movement. You understand? This shows the power of the delineation movement, ladies and gentlemen. See, this is something that came from the grassroots. Do not get it twisted. The grassroots started this conversation. See, don't let these people sit up and talk all that FBA shit is just online. No, it ain't. This whole conversation came out of the grassroots. We've been pushing this for damn near a decade, this delineation. This came from the soil. That's why everybody was freaking out on the foundational Black American grassroots, ladies and gentlemen. We reminded the dominant society exactly who the 14th Amendment was written for. It wasn't written for immigrants. It was written specifically to grant citizenship and to confirm citizenship to the newly emancipated slaves, foundational Black Americans. By us delineating, we forced legal scholars to look at the true, ladies and gentlemen, the true historical context, man. So we exposed that whole people of color smokescreen for a long time, and these left-wing political folks, they use the 14th Amendment to smuggle in every janky group in the country under the guise of minority rights. The Foundation of Black American Delineation snatched that people of color umbrella away. We separated our specific lineage from voluntary immigrants. And we exposed the fact, ladies and gentlemen, that the amendment, it was hijacked. They hijacked that amendment. You see? That came from us. Who is this person here? Okay. So the Democrats, this is why they were freaking out. That's why the Democrats have been freaking out about this delineation. They've been freaking out left and right because they understand, listen, they know that their political machine relies heavily on birthright citizenship to basically manufacture this permanent, loyal voting base out of undocumented immigrants. So us as foundational Black Americans standing up saying, hey, wait a minute, hold up. You know, that 14th Amendment, that's our constitutional inheritance. So that threatens their whole demographic replacement strategy. So if the 14th Amendment, if that gets restricted, their whole political future just crumbles. So yeah, they're sitting, biting their teeth, biting their nails on this one. Now, anytime resources and grants and affirmative action protections are handed out, what do? They always use the 14th Amendment to justify giving our tangibles out to non-lineage groups. When we start standing on delineation business, that puts a stop to that. That's why most of the attacks on our lineage comes from the left. Notice that? Because, see, we're demanding that resources tied to our ancestors' suffering go to the descendants of those people. You see? That's why the left party keeps attacking our damn lineage and keeps trying to funnel people in. They keep trying to undermine our lineage. They're sending ops around, activists. Man, do y'all know how many folks the Democrats have sent to attack me, to undermine our events? The Democrats, man, they got all types of dark money where they fund these little janky ass groups to do their dirty work for them so that the dirty work won't get traced back to the DNC. You see? I'm telling y'all, family, the DNC, the Democrats, they are doing an all-out attack on the black community right now. This is why anytime a black person doesn't go along with the Democrat program, you start questioning them, you start getting attacked. Like our brother Nick Cannon, he started criticizing the Democrats. They've been attacking that brother for like a week. Nick is our brother. Nick Cannon's a good dude. Nick Cannon is a solid brother. Chili from TLC. They said they outed her for voting for Trump, and she has to backpedal, which she shouldn't. But they've been attacking her. And notice when they do these attacks, it's the same people. They'll send Uncle Lizard Mouth, Uncle Luke to attack. They'll send Roland's fat ass Martin to start attacking people. Conscious Flea. It's the same people who's on the Democrat payroll. Isaac Hayes III, big fat sweet potato nose ass. He's been attacking Nick Cannon, big old sassy punk. Yeah, when they had him trying to troll at me during the elections. His big wide pickle nose ass. Trying to clout chase off his damn dad. He's a big old punk. He's such a clown. A big old Democrat shield. Isaac Hayes is a fuckboy, man. That's a buster ass dude. Remember he did that press conference because they had a lawsuit against Trump because Trump came out to some music when Trump was campaigning. Trump came out to that Sam and Dave song, Hold On, and that song was written by Isaac Hayes. So he had to get some clout. He went out there doing a press conference. Y'all remember this big old buffoon? He came out doing a press conference dressed like Shaft, out there in a black outfit with some shades on. Hey, I'm gonna get a lawsuit. They took my daddy's record. Can't you dig it? Show you right. You big camel nose nigga. Sit down. Bitch ass. Clown. That nigga's a buster. You know? Man. Who ain't never, you'll never see him with no woman, by the way. You don't never see him with no woman. All right. Who's in here? Anybody here talking crazy? But listen, like I said, man, listen. This Supreme Court thing, oh man, this is because of the foundation of Black American grassroots. Come on now. Man, make no mistake, the executive branch and the Supreme Court, they're moving on all this right now because Foundation of Black Americans, we made lineage and constitutional intent a mainstream, unavoidable political prerequisite. All right? We got the ball rolling on this thing. If we didn't do that, the 14th Amendment loophole would have basically remained untouched, business as usual. We got this conversation out there. And understand, the left-wing entities, they know that this foundation of Black American Renaissance and foundation of Black Americans, period, they know we're the most powerful, uncontrollable voting bloc in the country. You see? They know that. They know how important it is for us to be under their minority coalition, and us waking up, that's a threat to them. Us waking up, realizing our power, that's a major threat to them. This is why they've been constantly trying to attack and discredit, and it's not working. You understand? We set the terms on the FBA grassroots. Foundation of Black Americans, we don't follow conversations, we start them. Every major cultural, political shift in America traces back to something Foundation of Black Americans forced into the mainstream. When we start defining a term or a framework, everybody else, the media, politicians, academics, they scramble to catch up to try to reinterpret it. You see? Nobody in the mainstream discourse was seriously talking about delineating, especially our black identity. They weren't talking about that. Everybody just lumped us together under a vague black label. You see? So we forced whole new conversations into the lexicon. This birthright citizen conversation, that became a hot topic after foundational black American pressure. This thing didn't just come out of nowhere. It came from the FBA grassroots. Once we start asking, hey, who is this policy for? We need reparations for who? The descendants of the freedmen. We start cracking open the Constitution saying, hey, this is who this is for. Whose lineage goes where? We start putting those questions out there. You see? That's when the discussion started to explode. You see? So the foundational Black American delineation movement reframed everybody from a generic constitutional issue into a lineage and justice issue. And we shifted the conversation from emotion to tangible lineage. See, a lot of conversations before this was based on vibes, optics, surface level, damn identity politics, damn all that. We on the foundational Black American grassroots, man, we start talking about receipts. Let's see some paperwork, lineage, your ancestry, historic ties to slavery, Jim Crow, who was here at the very beginning, who came later, who these laws are for, who's entitled. We started that conversation, ladies and gentlemen. That all came from the black grassroots. Who said we all black in here? No. Who said we all black? Who said that in the chat? No. Y'all don't want to start that. No. I'm looking in here. Who is this? Bruh. Oh, okay. It's somebody with a Haitian flag. Okay. Person with the Haitian flag, hop on in. All right, person with the Haitian flag, hop on in and tell us what's on your mind. You seem very active in the comment section. It would be great if you got on in here. Make a request to get on in and let us know what's on your mind, sir or ma'am. Let us know what's on your mind. We don't want you to be too active in the chat room. All right. But listen, this thing didn't come from the universities. What's happening at the Supreme Court? This didn't start at no schools. This didn't start at no think tanks. This didn't start with the damn political parties. This came from the ground level. That's why it spread so fast. See, there's no gatekeeper to shut it down. When things come from the ground, from the grassroots, and it catches on, they don't like that. They don't like that because there is no hierarchy. There's no head or anybody to attack to shut it down. So in Foundational Black Americans, we start introducing different concepts out here. It moves organically through the culture. And then institutions, they're forced to respond after the fact. That's why they keep, with our delineation movement, they keep trying to reframe it as a group and an organization with a leader so they can just attack that, because you can't attack a leaderless lineage. You can't, that's ridiculous. And this is why they're failing. You can't attack a non-existent group and non-existent leaders. There's no leader. So all of that leadership, that's an effort in futility. You just punch in air. That's why it hasn't stopped the momentum of the delineation movement. Yeah? It hadn't stopped nothing. Just sitting there lying and all that shit. That's not stopping anything. Who is this? Worth? Is this Houston, Texas? Come on, brother. Hop on in, bro.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq?
Hey, man, what's going on with you, bro?
Nothing much. I'm out of this H-Town, brother. I've been following you for a while.
Respect.
On a different subject, real quick, I wanted to say, I'm the one that hit you up a couple of years ago, and I bought about 200 of them Karen keychains from you.
Oh, cool, my man.
Yeah, I was showing support, man. But I wanted to say one thing real quick, dude. You see how a lot of Jewish people come out here and they say this anti-Semitism and this Jewish hate commercials and stuff. You never see Jewish people out here getting punched and people getting targeted. You never see that. What you see is black brutality and police beating up people. And they claim that, they're getting beat up. But do you ever see that? Do you ever see stories of Jewish people getting beat up walking out of synagogue?
No, but every blue moon there might be a targeting of a synagogue or something like that, a synagogue. But every blue moon, but yeah, they they got their political game together, they got the financial game together. So anything that looks like it's going to be disrespect towards them, they jump on it, and that's what I want us to be on. You understand? That's what I want us to be on. Anybody showing any inkling of disrespect, we're on their bumper. That's what I am on right now. Anybody towards our lineage, because what happens is, see, what the white tea supremacists, what they usually do, if they, they know they can't really disrespect us outright, so they just get a bunch of tethers to do it. So we're packing them up, getting them together. The white tea Hispanics who try to do it, we're packing them up, getting them together. So I like the vibe that's going on right now. All right, we got to just keep it up. We got to keep that vibe up. All right, let me see who we got. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get the family in here. But Carlos, what did Carlos say? Oh, Carlos, what did Carlos say about hip hop? Hold on, Carlo. Okay, he has the Finsta account. Okay, he's just saying shit. Okay, Carlo is just in here saying anything. That means he don't believe what he's saying. All right? Yeah, Carlos is just in here saying shit. Carlos, make a request and tell us about all of this hip hop, Carlo. Carlo, hop on in and tell us about this hip hop. Tell us about it. And who is this person? Okay, who is this person here? Waiting on Carlo to hop on in because he's very active in the chat room. All right. And I'm going down the line. Y'all raise your hand if y'all want to get up, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, Carlo, make a request. Yeah, don't say stuff in the chat room and then get scared to hop on.
No,
Carlo,
no.
hop on in. He's from Jamaica. All right, Carlo, you got to get on in. You're trolling in the chat room, so that means you got to get on in and say what you need to say, bro. All right. Who's this? 20 Dance? I'm just getting random people. 20. Miss 20 Dance. 20. Tibani. Okay. Does she know she on? Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Are you in here?
No, it's an accident.
Okay, you made it now. Okay. Where you from, by the way, dear?
Originally, New Orleans, Louisiana, but I live in California.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna let you go, dear. Thank you. All right. She hit it by mistake. Rashonda, what's up, Rashonda?
Hey,
How you doing,
wait a
dear?
minute. Hey, Tariq.
How you
Hey,
doing?
family. Let
How
me
you doing?
pause. Let me mute my TV because it's loud. It's been a minute since I've been on. I hope the family is doing okay. Love you guys. It's
Thank you.
been a while. But I wanted to circle back and just really quickly touch on a few things that I've told you in the past because they're coming to pass right now.
Okay.
I've been kind of absent because my mom got sick. I had to move her in. And
Okay.
She had some surgeries and whatever. She's doing really great now, but I've
Good.
been really busy
Good.
with that. And then I'm just up late because I have a certification exam I'm going to take in the morning. But before I lay down, I wanted to just speak on a lot of different things, but I'll make it very quick. So the Iran war, I don't know if you guys remember in my previous broadcast, I told you guys to watch Iran. According to biblical prophecy, the Medo-Persians, or the Medes, which are considered Iran today, would be the one to kick off things. And so now that things are kicked off, I want everyone to really focus on the fact that what I've said before, we are the center of prophecy. We are the center of all of these things. Everything that's happening, even though it may not seem as straightforward to a lot of us right now, we're the reason why this fight is happening. We are the reason why these people are losing their mind, because we're separating and we're delineating. All of this is biblical prophecy. I know a lot of people feel like the Bible is the white man book, blah, 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 blah. It's not. It's literally our ancestors were so thorough and they were so connected to their spiritual selves that they were able to connect with the heavens, take information and write them for their current time and for a future time is now. It's about being able to decode it properly. And at this point, there's so much information in the earth that proves that we are the actual people of the book. It was never those people. And so what I want to encourage our folks to do is continue to love each other, continue to support each other, continue to come out of all of these wicked things, including politics, because these people will cut our throats while relying on us to prop them up. And it's what they've been doing for the longest. And so we have to completely come out of all of that so that this place can have the collapse that it's meant to have. Their collapse is going to be our rise. And without going into a lot of detail, I know that doesn't make sense, but that's exactly what's going on. And so I love you, family. I just wanted to...
Thank you, dear. Yeah. Okay. 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 All right. Thank you, beloved. Thank you, dear. Oh, man. Okay. Thank you, dear. All right. Gotta wrap that up. Gotta wrap that up. We gotta wrap that up. All right. We just kind of going on and on and on. We gotta wrap it on up.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, root work, John.
Family, peace. Peace to the lineage. This is FBA News and Updates. I'm your host, Unbiased Ron, and we're going to cover Trump's birthright citizenship argument, the case that he's bringing before the U.S. Superior Court. Okay, here's his argument, right? Simplified, structure correctly, and everything. All right, so the first thing is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, right? That isn't the same as being born here, right? That's Trump team's argument. That's their first argument. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof isn't the same as just being born here, right? So they argue this phrase means full political allegiance, not just being physically present. Their key claim is if your parents owe allegiance to another country, you don't automatically qualify. Then you got domicile, the word that's been going around, domicile, which means legal residence, right? So they talk about docile is the key test. Citizenship depends on whether parents are lawfully present, not illegally, and intending to stay permanently. That's what domicile means, right? So that does not apply to tourists. It does not apply to temporary visa holders, and it does not apply to illegal immigrants, right? This is not my argument. This is the Trump's administration argument, all right? They argue no legal capacity to form domicile. Illegal immigrants have no legal capacity to form domicile. Now, they argue that the original intent of the 14th Amendment, it was meant to overturn Dred Scott, grant citizenship to freed slaves and their descendants. It wasn't meant for temporary visitors or illegal aliens. They argue in a historical argument. They claim early legal commentators said children of temporary visitors were not citizens. The modern interpretation, broad birthright citizenship, came later, 20th century. Their fifth argument, policy arguments, right? They have policy arguments, not strictly legal, but persuasive framing, right? They say birthright citizenship encourages illegal immigration, creates birth tourism industry, and it's rare globally. This is a U.S. outlier. Like the U.S. are main people doing this old type of citizenship. So the court pushed back. Their first issue is a text problem, right? They say that's the biggest issue. The judges argued jurisdiction simply means subject to U.S. law, not some complex allegiance test, right? They critiqued Trump's administration. They said you are inventing a new technical definition not obvious in the text. It doesn't stand out as what you guys saying it is. Then they go to the Wong Kim Ark precedent in 1898, where the Supreme Court already ruled children born in the U.S. are citizens, even if parents are foreign nationals. All right. So the court's concerned. Trump's argument looks like a backdoor attempt to overturn the precedent. Right. Number three, the court, they say, is a historical consensus problem. The judges said for over 100+ years, everyone has understood birthright citizenship broadly, right? And their critique is Trump administration theory is revisionist history. And then number four, they say it's a slippery slope and instability in the Trump's administration argument. They say if the court agrees, it could future. They said could future governments strip citizenship retroactively? Yeah. So they says it's a concern there. It opens the door to mass denaturalization scenarios. Then they say the Congress problem, right? They say that they got a concern with Trump team saying that Congress should be able to define domicile. So the judges push back. They say that means Congress can control who is a citizen, right? And if that's the case, then that contradicts the 14th Amendment. No. Because it was meant to prevent political manipulation of citizenship, right? So then they say, well, what about the practical chaos, right? How do you determine parent intent, legal domicile? They say, what about the mixed status for parents, right? So the court sees this as an unworkable system. Okay. Now, there are strong rebuttals that Trump teams could use to satisfy the court. Here's where Trump's team, they can step their debate game up. They should have me on there. Okay. So instead, they could just refrain from jurisdiction and be more simple. Instead of sounding abstract, they could say this. They could say jurisdiction has always meant complete political membership, not just being subject to traffic laws. Then they could throw this at them. They could say diplomats' kids aren't citizens, which proves jurisdiction isn't the same as mere presence, right? Native tribes originally excluded, which again shows more than geography. They could lean harder to precedent, not fight it. Instead of appearing to overturn Wong Kim Ark, they could just reframe it, tweak it, and they could say, hey, that case only applied to lawfully domiciled immigrants, right? Their argument could be, hey, we are not overturning Wong Kim Ark. we are applying its limits correctly. So that is critical for court acceptance, right? They can limit the scope. A big plus. Courts fear sweeping changes, right? So they can, change up and say, all right, we're going to have a narrow argument. Narrow, which applies to illegal entry, not lawful immigrants. Why would they take that strategy? Because it makes it seem less radical, easier for a court to accept partial ruling. All right. And then address the 100-year practice argument. Instead of denying it, they can say something like, yes, practice expanded, but, right, government practice does not overwrite constitutional meaning. Then they can cite other cases where courts corrected long-standing misinterpretations. Then they have to remove congressional or Congress control fear, right? The judges were really worried about Congress gaining too much power, right? So a way they can fix that they can argue domicile is legal plus factual test and let the courts decide, not purely political. And then you got the humanitarian counter. Court raised fairness concerns. Okay, so a strong pivot could be citizenship is not the only protection. Congress can grant legal status, residency, and protections. Okay, so that's separate from citizenship versus humanitarian policy. All right, so instead of defending complexity, they can attack the current system. Birthright citizenship creates incentives for illegal entry, stateless identity issued abroad, abuse via birth tourism, right? And they could frame the system as being more controlled, more consistent with national sovereignty. All right, so Trump's their argument strength, they were strong on originalism plus historical framing and appealing to sovereignty plus immigration control, right? Where they're going to have an issue at is text clarity, President Wong Kimmark, and 100 years plus of practice. So we've been doing it wrong for this long. So, hey, man, it got to stay this long and wrong. And lastly, the Trump administration can leave a closing statement like this that may hit home. They can say, this isn't about denying citizenship. It's about defining who actually belongs to the political community. Okay, being subject to laws is not the same as being part of the nation. They can close out with that. Let's see where it goes from here.
FBA, foundational Black African and American, and we rock with whoever rock with me. What's the key word? I don't want to cuss on your program, right? But I F with whoever F with me. You get my point?
Yeah, you did. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. And brother Doc, peace to Dr. Asar in the building. Peace to Dr. Asar Winkler. He said peace to brother Unc in the chat. And Dr. Asar said this, and I've been thinking about this, Dr. Asar. You made the comment that all identities
Get back over there.
have an ideology, right? All identities have an ideology. And so I posed the question in chat just to see what chat was going to say. And it says not all identities automatically have an ideology, but many identities are influenced by or associated with ideologies. And I already knew when you said that you didn't mean all, right? So it says it depends on the type of identity. Some identities are primarily cultural or descriptive. these do not inherently contain an ideology, though individuals within them may hold many different beliefs. So some identities, like we're talking about FBA, Brother Ankh, and I know your position was, and I remember you said this, you said, well, if you subscribe, because I kept telling you, I said, Brother Ankh, I like the term FBA. I told you that. I said, I like the term FBA, that, and like it's distinguish us from.
All right, family, give me 1 second. This is like it's like a commercial break right here. Listen to this, the Woman King. All right, but I got some tethers from the continent, bigging up who they call the Mother Queen, Ali Moore. I'm gonna play their video and debunk it, rip it to shreds, and then at the end they did call out us by name, Foundation Black Americans. So stay tuned for that.
Black
just shortly.
Immigrants. So you'll know the difference between, and I'm talking about like amongst us. I ain't talking about white folks. White folks look at you, everybody's black, right? But within us, it gets rid of this whole flat blackness, right? Like this whole flat black thing. Like you're not just lumping me into this monolith. Okay, like I understand my brothers and sisters. Okay, you may be from the Caribbean, you may be from here, but I understand I'm from here. I'm foundational. I'm not an African. I'm not a Black American who just got here. My family are foundational to this country. So it rings a bell. I love it, right? And but you and Dr. Asar, your positions was, well, if you subscribe to this moniker, then you're taking on the ideology that, you know, the beliefs of it. And from the website, then if you're saying you're FBA, then you believe that you are an amalgamation of those three waves of Black people. And while I like the moniker, I don't subscribe to that. So it says right here, some identities are primarily cultural and descriptive. These do not inherently contain an ideology, though individuals within them may hold different beliefs. Some ideologies explicitly ideological. These identities are built around a system of ideas, okay?
All right. So I want y'all to see how slick this dog is. So now she's trying to remix Tariq Nasheed words. Okay. Look, like she's saying that you must buy into pretty much anything Tariq Nasheed says in order to be FBA. So FBA is an ideology. It's more than just an ethnic group. That's what she's saying. She's saying it's an ideology and an ethnic group. Like, so you have to not only be of the lineage, but you got to also buy into the ideology, or you're not fully FBA. Okay, so we're going to finish hearing her words on that. Then we're going to play Tariq Nasheed words on what he says on that. Because many callers try to do a gotcha. They called over here. The same guy who's in the video where he tried that over here. I cooked him on my live. I cooked him on his live, and I cooked him on a 4-way call. It was me and my mans and him and some other tether. Okay, so that is a running theme they want to go with. They're trying to pitch like this is the way to discredit the lineage and the name FBA. Oh, the name is no good because you got to buy into an ideology. Like, so that's what she's saying right now. And then once she's done babbling, okay, Hotep babbling, I'm going to play Tariq Nasheed words on that, if he agrees with that or if he disagrees. All right. But I'm telling you, man, this is a demon. A demon if you've never seen one before. Hold on. Straight demon. And I had wanted to play the words back when Tariq Nasheed said, you know, we gotta be like which I said already. That's why I created BADD, BADD, which is Black Anti-Defamation Defenders. I said that we need to be on any language, any rhetoric that remotely disrespects the lineage. Like we need to be on it, shut it down, call it out, all that. I said that. But you know, people do what they everybody, you know, we were on code at one point. Now everybody going off code. Okay, so hold on.
Okay, so it says examples of Pan-Africanism, liberalism, conservatism. It says if someone identifies as a Pan-Africanist or a liberal, that identity is ideological by definition. So the first one you're talking about cultural, and this one is ideological. And then it says right here, some identities become ideological over time. So certain identities start as cultural or demographic categories, but can take on ideological meaning in particular historical contexts. So for example, a national identity can become ideological when tied to nationalism. So in short, no, not all identities, are inherently contain ideology, but many are shaped by, influenced by, and mobilized through ideology. I just wanted to say that because I know that was a thing that you and Dr. Asar have said over and over again. You guy, you subscribe to FBA, then you subscribe into that ethnogenesis story. And it's like, I don't like that. I don't agree with that in some of the things that they espouse, even the stuff that they say that's anti-Pan-Africanism. I mean, anti-Pan-African.
So are you not, but she claims to be African. So are you not African? Because Africans say mean things towards Black Americans. So are you rejecting the word African? Like, are you rejecting the word Nigerian, Ghanaian, Zimbabwean? These are people who said things that was disrespectful towards Black Americans. So are you now renouncing those terms, or are you going to buy, or do you have to buy into their ideology? Makes no sense, man. But this is her way to like backdoor Tariq Nasheed in his face, but call him in private. Hey, brother, what's going on? Oh, nah, that's not how. No, stop. It's a demon.
Vehemently disagree with their thoughts and their sentiments containing regarding Pan-Africanism. So they say a lot of anti-African.
Look. So she didn't group us all together, and there's people who came on this panel that said, "Hey, man, I'm Pan-African. I'm FBA, and I'm Pan-African." Like they have nothing, no criticism like that to say about people who accept the ideology of Pan-Africanism. So she's complete lying. We had George Macon over here who doesn't talk, crazy about the Pan-Africans or the Pan-African ideologies or even immigrants. So she just being disrespectful and a demon. This is why we call it the woman king or King Nzinga. But this is the woman we got to look at on Hidden Color 6. We got to look at her face.
African and anti-Pan-African stuff, and I have an issue with that. So I land my plane right there, brother.
Okay, so now all of us, thinks like that. Not just a few people or a handful or several, all of us think like that. So like there's no diversity for people who call themselves FBA. We all believe the same thing. So like see, when you frame it like that, just say you believe we're a cult and Tariq Nasheed is the cult leader. Just say that. You'll get more respect. Just be that honest. Okay, so now you heard the way she framed people who call themselves who's FBA and who's not, and if you got to buy into the ideology. All right, so I want Tariq Nasheed to break down that because a lot of people kept calling him, asking him, do they got to buy into do they got to claim they're indigenous or abo and never been on a slave ship, all that type of stuff. So he's gonna respond to those calls. So it's crazy because they watch all of his shows. They watch as much as me, and they watch more than some of y'all. So they know what he says and do not say. So it's not like they didn't come across it. They watch all of his shows. Okay, they be quoting this dude verbatim. All right, they watch all of his shows. So where did I do with it? But anyway, this was this what I was on. I still am on this. This is bad. See, Black Anti-Defamation Defense. I said what Tariq Nasheed said. Nah, we ain't let nobody slide with the disrespect. You dig? Okay, I see why I can't find it. I'm on the wrong. Okay, now, so the way she framed it, that we have to believe that we're indigenous. We ain't come from a slave ship because some people as FBA believe that. So she framed it like everybody got to believe the same doctrine or they're not FBA. And let's see how Tariq Nasheed deals with that. Hold on.
Let me know who you are. Foundational Somali. Hop on, Foundational Somali. Mr. Foundational Somali, hop on, man. I just invited you. Hop on. If you got a question.
Mostly all the people that's over here.
Yeah. Foundational Black American, just a Black American whose lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's all the foundational Black American is.
You see that? He summed it up. All it is, you could trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. You don't have to believe in a doctrine or an ideology. He summed it up right there. But somehow they know he said that, but they're trying to cause confusion within the lineage. That's all.
It is nothing else.
And by the way, like the video, make sure y'all take a second out to like the video.
There's nothing else classified as a foundational Black American. It's only people whose lineage goes to the founding of this country. That's it. And you've met them before.
So when you say founding of the country, you mean founding of the United States or founding of like just in general North America at the time?
The United States. We're talking about the United States.
Okay, so from the time the United States was formed, the people that was here until now, basically.
Right. If you were here during the formation of the United States, that would be in the 1700s, 1800s. If you were here as a Black person, no matter how they came, when the formation of the United States was happening, and you were Black, you were part of the ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group during that formation. So that's what the argument is. Some people try to get into well, who are the Native Americans? Are you really Cherokee? I don't get, that's a bullshit argument. I don't even get into. That ain't got nothing. That the ethnogenesis is what we're talking about. We're talking about the ethnogenesis where you became Black. Yeah.
No, it makes sense because there's a lot of people that claim, like you said, you don't get into it, but that claim Native American that I feel like got absorbed by the FBA people, and it's like it's a little weird because it's making the FBA like how do I put it? It's two different two different views, but they come together to make one. So it makes it look.
I don't know what being. This is not about views. This is not about an ideology. So somebody misinterpreting history, that has nothing to do with the fact that foundational Black American is a lineage that's documented. All right. Even if a handful of foundational Black Americans told you, well, I think we were the first Native Americans, or I feel like I'm a Native American, now whatever. Our lineage is still our lineage. All right. None of that stuff. Nobody's ideology deletes plantation archives, Freedmen Bureau records, the 1700 census pages. None of that stuff gets deleted. Our paperwork is still there. Our lineage is still there. All right. No matter what your ideology is, no matter what your views are, that's irrelevant. See, people try to get into these ideological arguments. If your lineage can be traced to the beginning of this country, you are by definition foundational. That's it. That's it. No matter what you can pretend you from Mars or whatever, but if your paperwork can trace back to a certain place, which is America, and you were Black and your ancestors were Black, that makes you foundational. It's that simple, right?
The way, I don't know why they have never explained it to me this simple, bro.
Yeah. It's not rocket science, and it's been explained like this before, I think. Is this a troll account?
No, this is not a troll account. Hi, Tariq.
How you doing, man?
I'm familiar with your work. I've been a fan of Hidden Colors. I've always, loved the series. It's nice to learn about Black American history.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to ask 3 questions in specific.
Yeah.
So I'm in the beginning, I didn't understand what delineation meant, but I looked into the argument, and it's basically an ethnogenesis argument. The same argument for Jamaican people, and I kind of get behind that, but there are some, I guess, Black Americans that are claiming like Cherokee, and I'm wondering if you're on that boat as well. right? Because there's like this specific thing happening in Jamaica as well, where they're trying to put like, oh, I'm a Taino now, right? Because sometimes they copy what Black Americans do. And
Yeah.
I'm telling them I'm not a Taino, I'm not no damn Taino, right? So I'm wondering what's your opinion on the whole Cherokee thing, because it's kind of like a side effect that's affecting Jamaica as well. So
Yeah, now I've talked about that before. Some of the people who will call up and say, hey, we shouldn't say we're black, we should say we're Native American. And I've had issues with that for a few reasons because we've developed a foundation of Black American culture. And the people in their family, if they're really genuinely from here, because a lot of times, a lot of people will try to do the indigenous thing. Oh, we shouldn't say we're a foundation of Black American. We should say we're from some tribe. Because a lot of these people are low-key immigrants from the Caribbean.
okay.
They'll try to say, let's claim Arawak because the Arawaks were going between Caribbean islands and the North American mainland. So that's a little backdoor way they try to seep into the lineage. But we've had an ethnogenesis from the tribes and from the African tribes and became a whole different ethnic group. So that's my argument.
Oh, so so you're basically claiming that you're just Black American now,
Yeah, we're
right?
Foundation of Black America. I don't, and some of us have Native American indigenous ancestry, but to claim the tribe, no.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
claim that at
Okay.
all.
On the dead homies.
So he just debunked everything she said. You don't gotta claim nothing. Just it's paperwork. That's all. It's paperwork. You don't gotta confess something. It's just paperwork. All right, so let me switch back over. I had to share that.
Okay, first of all, the word Africa actually presumably comes from the word Afrik, from the Afar tribe, which is an indigenous African Berber tribe. They're indigenous to the continent of Africa, and it was the Romans named their province, Roman province, after that indigenous Berber tribe. That's where they think the name comes from. Later on, it was applied, okay, to the whole continent. Okay, that's not an African thing to apply names to an entire continent because they had not circumnavigated the continent. Okay, the Europeans end up doing that, right? And so that naming convention comes from what I just said it did. So this clip right here is interesting. Okay, so sincere to God, he had some nice young ladies on the panel, both of them, very, very intelligent. So I'm not banging on them, but it's things that were said that kind of got me. I was like, really? So let me play the clip real quick. All right. As usual, sincere to God, he don't know what the hell going on. He always in that state, right? And at one time I came on this program and he put me off for nothing. But we ain't put him off when he came on our program though. But he put me off in the middle of me talking because he couldn't handle that answer. All right, so let's play the clip and see what the sister says. All right, Breek, that's how she said her name. I think it is Breek or something like that. Let me play the clip. Here you go. Let's see what she has to say. Very intelligent sister.
Ourselves from Africans. Well, did the Africans give a fuck about the spiritual ramifications from applications of us? Sat there and he talked about the spiritual ramifications of.
Love it.
Then he sat there and he talked about the spiritual ramifications.
So he's talking about Umar Johnson. Everybody knows Umar Johnson talks in circles and he double, triple talks. All right, but he has his points. Now so she's responding to him. All right, now watch this.
Of us separating ourselves from Africans. Well, did the Africans give a fuck about the spiritual ramifications of them doing voodoo on us before they sold us to the white supremacists?
Now, see, so I always, that just gets me. First of all, Africans didn't sell Africans. Y'all gotta get this straight. There were different polities, different cities, states, tribes.
So you see where he got that from? He got that from their master teacher, John Henry Clark. I told you, all you got to do is listen to their master teachers. That's why I went back to expose the master teachers. You will see where the root of their ignorance come from.
Facts.
That
sold, that were engaged in warfare or whatever, and participated in the slave trade.
It wasn't even no concept of African back then. Keep going, please.
Right.
There was no concept. It wasn't even a concept.
But you hear that? But that demon, both of them, all of them, even John Henry Clark, they will all say European. There's no concept of them calling them all at that time. There was no Europe. There was no, they were not calling themselves European. There was no collective monolith of white people at that time. So they'll tell you you can't group up a bunch of musties, but when it fits their argument, they'll group up everybody white. You know, when they want to paint the white man as the colonizer or the imperialist or the devil, they'll group them all together without any distinction. Okay, and they'll group up us Black Americans. Oh, we all think the same thing. But when it comes to Africans, don't you dare group up Africans as one body, one polity. Like, these are clowns. They're not consistent with their own language. Even Dr. John Clark was out there saying the European. I mean, during this, as he was discussing the transatlantic slave trade, he was saying the European, Africans, Europeans. Stop.
When you say that, that's actually a European talking point that make it seem like we was cousins and brothers, and like barbarians, we just sold ourselves.
Okay, so you hear that? Like we were brothers and cousins. Okay, see, that doesn't work for them, because then they'll tell us 400 years later that we're brothers and cousins with those people. Oh, no, you're African, nigga. No, remember, we're not brothers and cousins. Those are different people. We're not this one African. Remember that? But they'll call us this one African. Like, dudes, they're totally inconsistent, and this is why they call in like these channels. You know, they think these other FBA channels are inferior to like over here. They won't call in over here. Then and they never look good. All I do is create clips. As you see, I got who did slave raids? Slave raids mean the kidnapping, the capturing, to be sold. The Dutch, the Portuguese, the Europeans collectively made up 3% of the kidnapping, the slave raids, the capturing. And he sat there and said, the Dutch, the Portuguese. Are you nuts? Like, no, it was Africans. Dude is out of his mind.
That's not true. That's a misrepresentation of what actually happened. We got the names of the tribes. We know. Matter of fact, we even understand that Africa already had a slave trade. We didn't need Europeans to come in and give us a daggone slave trade. Now, I challenge you to figure out exactly what that was and how it operated. That's important to that is germane to the conversation, understanding what was it, what was they practicing, how did they do it, was it people in debt, was it prisoners of war, okay?
And dude, they were slave raiding. They were just capturing people for the purpose of sale. How are you talking about?
What exactly was it? And you're always going to have some wild, sneaky nitwits, right? That's going to go against the rules and regulations anyway. We're not talking about them, but it was criminals. So they did not have a penal system. I think this is important to know. Is that not important to know? There was
And I'm talking on mute. Okay, so Queen Nzinga and those people were not selling criminals. They had a buyer, which was the white man. Once the white man involved himself, they had a buyer. It became more political now. It's more about money. It became more economical now. It became about money. So a lot of times they went and did slave raids on tribes that they had no beef with. But again, they were trying to make money. And that demon right there, that female demon right there, that witch doctor, he claims that she got the writings of the Portuguese, and remember that all that. I got this book of the Portuguese, but he's lying. He's lying. But that was like she allows that. And remember, everything he's saying is to really low key disrespect foundation Black Americans, trying to act like we're making up stuff when we say the European was the buyer and Africans were the seller. Okay, they were the seller. Now they want to rewrite history, make it like less, try to make Africans less guilty than what they were. No, they were complying. My God, they were willing. They're willing participants. They build their economies based on this slave trade. But this, who said that? Was it V4? They go and cherry pick FBA platforms that they believe there's 50 people there, or if it's 1,500 live, they'll make sure that you don't know your history. They'll watch you for a little bit, and all these people, without saying names, they got good hearts, but when it comes to this, they don't really know. They haven't put the same studies in, so they really don't know. You dig? They really are winging it. They're Googling on the fly, and this is where these fake scholars live at. These illiterates right there, they live on your ignorance. Your what you might not know, right? On your doubts. Like they lying, but you can't really prove it, or you're right, but you can't really prove it on the fly. Like those are the channels they want to go to, and of course, the more people you got watching, they definitely gonna go there. But you see, they never call in Jason Black. They never call people who would know what they're talking about. Dennis Sperling, myself, certain channels they're gonna run from. They already tried, and all we did was make clips out of them.
Very important to know.
System didn't have a prison to put the criminals. And oh, by the way, people that live on the continent of Africa committed crimes at times like all humans.
Okay, so what he's doing is he's purposely mixing up chattel slavery, where white people were involved and was in it to buy people, slaves. He's mixing up that period and what Africans did amongst themselves before the incentive is from white people. So he's mixing up those two on purpose.
Commit crimes. So what did they do? Right? They put them in slavery. Okay? They were people that owed debts. What did they do? They put them in slavery. They were people that worked in the households. They were people that were prisoners of war. Oh, y'all didn't know that people on the continent of Africa participated in fighting wars like all humans do on different continents. See that, Doc? So to say that.
So, and that devil is sitting there. Now she claims to know all this stuff in advance. So she's sitting there letting this dog rewrite history. But the question is why? Because you got a bullshit school. This witch doctor, the woman king. So you're gonna revise history because you got a school. Okay, wait, because you got a school that you want to invite Africans and you want to invite some foundational Black Americans. Yeah. So because you got some bullshit, irrelevant business out in Africa making no noise. You ain't got thousands of students. You got a handful in the tens, 20. And you want to, your hope is to make that, I guess, national, global, which never will be. But you'll throw away you want to rewrite history because of your connection. As we said, all of these guys got connections one way or another with Africa, a direct connection. And then you got people who confess they got a Jamaican wife. And then they try to remix, oh, I got Jamaican wife, I got divorced her. We never said that. That's gaslighting. So what they do now is act like we're like we're people who are against interracial relationships. Like, no, again, framing us as a cult again. Like there's a doctrine you must follow or you must not do, or you're not FBA. Listen, you can actually join the Klan as a foundation Black American. Now you will be off code, obviously, but guess what? You will be an FBA Klansman. You dig? You'll still be FBA. You can date all the Jamaicans all you want. You can date, marry a Russian like Kanye West, and you will still be foundational Black American. You will still have rights to things that set aside to just us exclusively. Okay, all that means nothing. It does not change your lineage. So like they're lying, trying to frame it. Oh, I'm married to a Jamaican or a Zimbabwean chick, so I got to divorce him or her. No, you don't. You're just an FBA person married to somebody from Zimbabwe. You're an FBA person married to somebody from Australia or Europe, Italy. There's a lot of FBAs who are into interracial relationships, and that's their business. You got a lot of FBAs who dates who they want. They're heterosexual, homosexual. They into what they want, and there's no doctrine to tell them they can't or they're out. You made that up. Good try, but it's garbage. You failed. Okay, hold on.
Africans enslaved to Africans is basically a slur produced by Christians, by the way. Christians and Europe.
Okay, so he tried that over here. So he's an atheist, right? He's a proud atheist. He wants to debunk religion. All religion is bad. So he has to frame everything together. Like it's a global conspiracy. Oh yeah, and if you say that, that is a Christian argument. So therefore you're Christian. And if you say that, that's a MAGA argument. So therefore you're MAGA. So you are Christian MAGA. And if you say that, you are divisive, xenophobic. Like stop. Like these guys love to diagnose it or something. The whole lineage. And bro, why don't you stick with listen, you're trying to misdiagnose it with something as a non-doctor, a non-physician. But why don't you accept your diagnosis? You dig? ADHD, something you got as a kid. You trying to misdiagnose us. Why don't you just deal with your diagnosis? You'd be crashing out for no reason. All right, hold on, family. Oh, fuck. I did some dumb shit. I was not paying attention. All right. Give me a second. So I'm still making my case while we got to cancel this woman. From our spaces, at least. She could do what she want to do in her spaces, but our spaces, any projects we're tied to, I'm making my case why she should be canceled from our projects or anything we're tied to. Okay, as proud foundational Black Americans, we're not anti-American like them. I mean, check their pattern. A lot of these Pan-Africanists, none of them will probably say they're American. Like, they got this weird, and that's why they claim they want to leave. I want to leave. The motherland, every Pan-African I ever met got this fake dream of living in another country. That's why they all anti whatever America's doing. They all anti everything. They're pro Russia. They're pro Iran. I've been peeped this black nationalist, black booty scratching doctrine out. All right. Yeah. So they are the king and queens of gaslighting. All right. So give me 1 second. They are the kings and queens of gaslighting. Arguing things we didn't say. Or misrepresenting what we said on purpose. Like I said with the I found out I'm FBA. My lineage ties back to that lineage. I got divorced my Jamaican wife. No, Dr. Ruxpin, you ain't got to divorce your Jamaican wife. But what you did do was satisfy a question for us. You're like, why this guy is so against Black Americans? And as we know, it's only a few things. It's only a few things that's going to justify that type of resentment towards Black Americans. And it's going to be, you are non-Black American yourself. You dig? He claims he's of the lineage, so that one doesn't check off. Okay, so that didn't check off. So now we're like, okay, you must got business in Africa. And I don't believe he got a formal. I think he does bullshit like lectures, whatever, gatherings, conventions. But I don't think he got a real business tied to Africa. But the other box checked off. He's married to my non-FBA. Oh, there we go. and it's because, bro, in your mind, you think delineation means, because he admitted when he first started getting our spaces, when he first started to grift towards our spaces, he didn't know what ethnogenesis was, delineate. He had to go look it up, and then he looked it up just yesterday. And a few moments later, he's an expert on delineation and ethnogenesis. Okay, so yeah, but that satisfies us because we know y'all have a pattern. When people are extremely against foundational Black Americans, oftentimes they are non-foundational themselves. They have a significant other who's non-foundational, or they have some type of tie, a direct tie to Africa. Like that's where their money's at. You don't find somebody too often who don't have none of those things, and they're against the being called Foundation Black America or being against self-centered things directly for Foundation Black Americans. You don't see that too often. One of those options is usually true, and thanks to him yesterday, because it was a rumor before, but he checked the box. He admitted his wife is Jamaican, so we're like, all right, cool. You dig? Props to you, but damn, nigga. Now, you know what I mean? It makes sense now. Thank you for that full disclosure. Let me switch over, family. Hold on. Okay, so I want to bring you. Okay, here we are. I want to bring your attention here. But once you see the title, you're going to laugh. The title is Queen. Wait. So as you can see, the title is Queen Mother Moore. That's Ollie Moore. We already touched on her. This is a video 19 hours ago, actually. This is a pretty new video. The original reparations warrior. But like when do we get mad at the people who are, carrying on tradition or doing it better than of old. So why are you guys Pan-Africans? Like, we can shame you guys by saying, hey, this is listen to what Garvey said, the original Pan-African. Like, it's a stupid framing. Yeah, they are really butthurt. So listen to this foolishness.
Adesoji Ginla and Women in Resistance for those of...
All right, so you hear his voice. So he's clearly non-FBA. And look at her earrings. Like, yo, what is the... Like, these guys are so... Well, you could tell she's probably either of the... She's of the diaspora. I could tell already. Her hair, she ain't African. Because Africans are not confused. They don't be rigging no damn unk. They know they're West African, Central African, East African. They know they are not North Africans. They know that. So you're not going to catch a continental African like that wearing some Egyptian stuff. This is a diasporic thing. People who want to claim Africa and all of it and just look like a fool to those of the continent. But they look like, yo, why you got Egyptian unks on? Like, what they got to do with West African, Central African, East, South, East? Like, what's up with? Like, they look at her as weird and confused and a wannabe, a cosplaying tether, basically.
All-Star New. It's a podcast where we highlight the roles of women who have helped further the cause of the Black consciousness, Black people, and the Black experience generally. Tonight, we're going to highlight another of our greats. And we all heard the story of reparation, which has been...
Now you want to tether on to, oh my God, Black American woman, his greats. Yo, listen to this revisionary history. What do I got on this? Okay. So they're going to one-side the information, to let you know already. They're going to revise it. They're going to make her something she wasn't. Okay. They're not going to give a neutral historical account on Ollie Moore. So if you were to fact check, if you just go Wikipedia Ollie Moore, what they're saying wouldn't line up with her biography. Like, whatever she was about, what they're about to say does not line up with it. They're adding and they're subtracting. All right. And they're giving the agenda. They're going to quote some things that they claim she said that are not verifiable statements from Ollie Moore. They're going to exaggerate claims or reframe to fit modern Pan-African talking points. So she's going to say something during her time, and they're going to twist her words up to fit what they talk about today. All right. What else? Okay. So there you go. Check it out.
The mainstay of the story of the last week. What if I told you decades before this became a drumbeat, someone, a Black woman in 1972 in particular, actually stood up in a convention and raised the question of reparation? For that, we're going to go to my co-host, who, before going into character, is, as you can see the name there, Ayafubera Eneli Esquire. She's going to be playing the role of Queen Mother Moore. And so, in particular, the lady we're...
So, fam, this is like the weirdest thing ever. So they're going to role play. They're going to role play. So she's going to... oh, my God. They're going to roll...
The woman we're going to be talking about today is none other than the Queen Mother Moore. You're welcome.
Good evening. I'm very happy to be with you this evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, Queen Mother Moore. Many have heard the name. Some would know what she stands for. Others might be, lost as to what's so special about her. Could you give us a quick background? Yes. We're living in the age and times of...
We are going to start at the beginning because I am very happy to be with you today and to have this conversation. I talked in front of many many, many audiences. I lived almost 100 years, and I dedicated my life to the advancement.
Okay, so she's playing to be Ollie Moore, right? And she's gonna be twisting up some stuff, making up stuff, just weird. Well, I mean, you talk about cosplaying, goddamn.
Advancement of our people. But we must not call ourselves Black people. We are Africans. So when you say a
Now, Ollie Moore never said that. But now, look, now earlier that agent, the FBI agent said, we're not. He said, Africans, no, you got to pinpoint. You see this? We must not call ourselves Black people. We must call ourselves generic Africans. Now, nobody on planet Earth calls themselves African. But FBAs, Black Americans, we must be the only weirdos to call ourselves after a continent. And we're the whole continent. East, west, north, south.
Woman, or this is a program that you do for the advancement of Black people. No, it is for Africans. Okay. That is who we are.
I stand corrected.
Absolutely. But I understand.
Yeah, look at the. When I watched this, man, I was in tears laughing. Like, yo, y'all really serious?
Because when we talk about this cause of reparations, there is so much that was taken from us, that was stripped from us. And there is a reason why they called us Negroes. And then even when we started to say Black, but Negro, Black, is it not the same thing in a different language?
Oh, that's a big difference. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. They mean totally different things. It's not the same thing. Because you guys would say negro means black. Then we'll say, well, what does black mean? And you see? So our name can't be your meaning, because then what is our meaning? No, not the same thing. Good try. They tried that already over here. It did not work.
But where is black?
Okay, all right. This is a stupid ass argument. Black, everybody has the right to name themselves black, green, aliens, musty primitive tribe. You could call yourself anything you want. A cave dweller, whatever you want. You that's your right. You name yourself whatever you want. That's an endonym. Sometimes people are weak and they allow other folks to name them. That's an exonym. So now she's going to try to trash what we call ourselves. Now, all these people you heard talking, all these so-called foundation Black Americans who are under the ban of Pan-Africanism, this right here, they are okay with this. They are okay with people minimizing, disparaging, trying to disrespect the word Black as an ethnicity. But when we be like, well, African, what? That ain't good terminology. I mean, when we cook on the word African, oh, you guys hate Africa.
The Chinese, when they come here, are Chinese Americans. So even when I talk to my son, Malcolm X.
Yeah.
He called me Queen Mother. He said, he would say, oh, Afro-Americans. I said, no. We are African Americans. We are African. We are African.
And Malcolm X ain't seen no dumb shit like that. What are you talking about? Let me hit her with this. Malcolm X ain't seen nothing, nowhere near that. What are you talking about?
Stop the cap.
What are you talking about?
And I renounced my citizenship of this country.
Stop the cap.
Oh my, I told you, really, hey, bro, really, Pan-Africans are like, they trying to worry about Iranians and sleeper cells, man. A lot of these Pan-Africans wasn't Jeff Fort. See, if I start giving y'all history, if I start talking about Jeff Fort, you're going to have these gangbangers from Chicago calling, hey, man, yeah, you got to leave the elders alone. Leave the big homies alone. But yeah, but you see a lot of these Pan-Africans, they end up being anti-American. They start to accept weaponry and all type of stuff from other countries to become sleeper cells in America. All right. But yeah, like this is why the FBI, the CIA, whoever be surveillancing these guys, because they know that they hate America. And when you hate America to that degree, you become an easy tool for somebody else to carry out a disgusting crime against Americans.
Because we need our own land. My question to all of you listening.
There we go with that. We need our own land. America's not your land. You need your own land. What are you talking? Hey, what? So you see, disrespectful language. Our ancestors built this country. This is Tether talk. This is exactly how Tethers talk. When they call in my show, Tariq, they act like we just immigrated over here. America was already built, thriving, and we got here before those immigrants. Like we were the first Tethers, basically. Like, no, we actually built this.
Have you heard of the new Republic of Africa? You say you are someone now of African descent.
Okay, so the new Republic of Africa family, that's some weird terroristic guys, the weird terrorists that we're gonna renounce our citizenship. They never did that because they got deported immediately. We're gonna renounce our citizenship. We need our own land, and then they went and tried to get money set aside for Japanese people, the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. They try to argue that in court for how they should get paid like the Japanese. And that act, you had to be literally a Japanese of descent. And these fools, these Pan-Africans are in court, getting laughed out of court, talking about we need reparations based on the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. The judge, man, laughed himself to tears, to unconsciousness. Like, yo, get these fools up out of here. He's like, all right, show me y'all Japanese. Huh? Yeah, that act was based on Japanese descent. Can you guys prove you're Japanese? And that's just one part of it. The second part, you got to prove that you were in a internment camp or you was displaced. So if you can prove your Japanese descent, the second part is internment camp proof, displacement proof. But those are those guys. Like, it's a clown show. All these guys who were doing reparations before us, it's almost like they sabotaged it. They tainted it, where whoever came later that had to put it together like us, that it'd be struck down without being reviewed because they had too many clowns coming to them with bogus cases. Yeah, it comes off. It was sabotaged. Like people put together bogus cases on purpose to give it a bad name. So now when we come through with the real legitimate cases, like, oh, here they come again. Oh boy,
African who is fighting for our liberation in this United States of America, and you have not heard of the New Republic of Africa, then I must.
Oh, yes, we did. We heard about that over here. Those terrorists, we did hear about them. Nothing burger accomplished absolutely nothing. Didn't come near their goal. And they got a nerve to come at us. We what? 8, 9, 10 years in. Hey. We like, yo, relax. You guys had 300 years and got nothing done. We 9, 10 years in and did more than all y'all put together. But with us, it's a shot clock. 24 seconds. These guys got 300 years in advance. But with us, it's a shot clock. Well, they had about 200 years in advance. But with us, it's a shot clock.
Tell you have to go back to the books. You have to study. So let me start at the very beginning of my life anyway. So it is a quite interesting life, if I must say so. I was born Audley Adeline Moore, and I was born on July 27th, 1898 in New Iberia, Louisiana. I was born into the aftermath of slavery, not its end, the aftermath. And my father.
I ain't gonna bore you with all this cosplaying. Let me fast forward a little bit.
Oh, you had never. Mother was Ella Johnson Moore. Girls and women lined up, and these white women would come and examine. And I thought that union, and through that union, that my world GI Bill, and through it, he. If you are listening to me, and if you have not talked to this woman, you need to talk to this African. Have you heard of the African Cali House?
The what? What you call it? Hey, yo, family, what the hell is she talking about? Say that again? Hold on. I know she didn't see what I think she said.
If you are listening to me, and if you have not talked to this woman, you need to talk to this African. Have you heard of the African Cali House?
Bruh. Okay, so at this point,
Stop the cap.
They just gonna make everything African. Okay, black don't exist. You see. So this is why I showed y'all the pattern that they hate the word black. They're no different than the Moor. They hate the word black. Oh yeah, what does black mean? No, black. You're Pan-African. Yeah, they hate you're African American. They'll act like, oh yeah, I'm black, African American, interchangeable. No. The way they feel about black is how we feel about African. You dig? No, they do not like being called black or black American. No, they rather be called African or African American. So now she's gonna go back in history and just call everything black. I'm sorry, things that was called black, or just how about wasn't called black or African. She's gonna make it African anyway. African Cali House. This chick is crazy.
Cali House is a forerunner in this conversation about reparations. If you can hear my voice today and you don't know Cali House, you better invite Cali House and have a conversation with her.
No, we know what Cali House is. We don't know what African Cali House is. You made that up. Okay, like they normally do. You can't trust these people. You can't trust these people. African Cali House. You can't trust these people, man. They will lie in your face. They will lie in your face, man. You can't trust nothing about these people. They have an agenda, and we suspect these guys getting paid somehow, some way. But she called it the African Cali House. Family. It's called Cali House. That's her name, Cali Guy House. Okay. She was married to William House. They had 6 children. Where'd you get African from? Former slave, ex-slave, Americans. Where you get? Oh shit! I ain't sharing my screen. My fault. I thought I shared my screen. Okay, Cali House. Cali House. Ex-slave mutual relief. All right. Where did they get African from? Where in here says she's African? African Cali House. Yo. So when Tariq have all those videos saying why do they want to Africanize us? But meanwhile, look, you know what's funny? We just heard the FBI agent guy say we can't call Africans African. I told you guys, even Yvette Carnell said the same thing. They don't want to be called African, but they'll call us African. They don't want us to call ourselves black. They'll try to shoot it down. Well, you ain't the color of black, but they'll call themselves black. So they're doing a destiny swap. Don't call us African. No, we're not this one conglomerate. We're not this one monolith. No, there's different tribes, no, we're not African. But when it comes to us, you Africans, no, we're black. You don't want to be African. You hate Africa. You just said nobody's African. Now only Black Americans, hey fam, that's kind of where they just going to. So we ask those rhetorical questions like, hey man, how come y'all don't call why the Haitians ain't called African Haitians and African Jamaicans? Family, they're only interested in making Black Americans African. That's it. That's it. Everybody else is allowed to delineate and have a unique, distinctive name, ethnic name, but us. Like, and look, that is a way. See, when I look at stuff like that, I just for somehow see kidnapping. Like they're trying to kidnap us all over again. Remember, they don't want the islands. They don't want Haiti. There's no pressure on them to call themselves African. Puerto Ricans, all type of people that may have African ancestry. Nope. Only foundation. Like, so I look at this as they're trying to kidnap us again. This time psychologically. And those people, like these FBAs, that's doctors, those folks are kidnapped psychologically. And you know they say kidnap people, right? So they already kidnapped them, and now they're using them to kidnap. No, I resent that.
Because Callie House had the right idea. And of course, they came after her and tried to shut her down. Now, my sisters and I did move from the South. I moved so much. I moved to Los Angeles. Los Angeles didn't sit right with me. There's so much oppression against Black people. And then I moved initially with my husband to New York, and then that didn't work out, but I stayed on in New York. And one day they're picketing, and I see that they're fighting for the Scottsboro boys. Did you not talk to someone else who also had something to do with the Scottsboro boys? At any rate, I joined the Communist Party when I saw
typical for a Black nationalist, a Pan-African to join the Communist Party family. They like to align themselves with America's enemies. All right. No, you ain't gonna put us on a terrorist watch list. Nah, that's y'all. All y'all kente cloth, earring wearing people, you guys are being surveillance, especially right now, as America at war with Iran. You guys are being watched. You dig? Nah, that's all you. All you Pan-Africans, all you Black nationalists, that's all you. You ain't about to get us tricked in that. Y'all can have that. I'm America. It's my country. I want my country to win. I'm not going to wish my country look like Iran. What the hell wrong with you, man?
How hard they were working to support the Scottsboro boys.
Yeah.
I saw the exploitation. I saw the labor theft. I saw the injustice. And I thought the Communist Party was fighting against all of those things.
Right. You're a lost soul. You're a lost soul. Right. You're a lost soul. What Foundation Black American would think to join the as a means to a solution? But they'll get on us doing productive stuff. Y'all join. I'm gonna start calling them communists. Yeah. These communists. She joined the Communist Party. And by the way, go ahead.
I worked alongside Paul Robeson and John Henry Clark, William Patterson, Lorraine Hansberry. And of course, you must know, everywhere I went, they were these white men.
I told you, hey, all they do is shift the blame on white people. Like they are so fixated and they're so obsessed with white people, man. No, what is about them? They're so obsessed with white people. Right back to Zaddy. They are so obsessed with white people. All right. Yo, we don't think about white people at all. Like they look at white people as the boogeyman, this indefensible, this undefeated people that cannot be beaten. Like, no, man. Like, that's not FBA's thing about white people. Hell no.
Ancestral connection. Through Europe, I stepped foot on Africa. Are you still thinking with the Negro mindset?
Uh-oh, Negro mind. Remember, Negro mind is bad because she said that's interchangeable black. That saying that's bad. Negro mind is bad. But what's good?
And even before I stepped foot on Africa, physically, I returned spiritually to Africa through ancestral connection.
Okay, no. Where's my bomb? Africa is their religion. That's their heaven. That's their religion. But they won't go live there. Now, did y'all peep the books? 1,000 books, 1,000 books. Hey, yo, why do all of them do this, man? Why do they have the green screen of books, man? Yeah, I gotta troll these people, and I gotta do a green screen of books. It's a bunch of books behind me. Look at they just gotta do the book thing. Yo, you're not convincing us, okay?
Even before I stepped foot on Africa, physically, I returned spiritually to Africa through ancestral connection. Yoruba tradition. And my name that I was given was Iya Lua. Of the people. Because I understood our roots are in Africa, and until we know that, we can never be free. So when you see the president from Ghana today going to the UN to say that the transatlantic slave trade is the gravest crime against humanity, he is building on a tradition that I was a part
I gotta write them.
Because we went to the United Nations and we named what happened to us a crime. It was not just a civil rights issue, it was a crime. We charge genocide because what was done to us, what is still being done to us, go and visit the jails in your community, is not accidental. It is systematic. The war on poverty, the war on drugs, the war on every war, they come after us.
Stop the cap.
No. Our young men, and they put them on the front lines. And then when they return, they give them hardly any resources. And then they flood our communities with drugs. And then they turn around and imprison them.
No. Stop the cap.
There's so much I have to cover with you. So much I have not said.
What?
Let me be clear. And this is the homework I'm giving to you.
You are deceiving people.
I dedicated my life to reparations.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
We are not begging for anything. We are demanding what is owed to us. And what I did through careful study, I and many others, is to document our case for reparations and the history of reparations being paid out to others.
Oh my God! No.
Hey, by the way, Queen Mother Ali Moore, when you was looking at the pattern, how other people receive reparations, can I ask you this? Did any of those people receive reparations claiming a race-based claim? Huh? Yeah, so you didn't look into race. You didn't look into it as deeply you should have.
Why has it been so difficult for Africans ourselves in this country to fully embrace this concept? The United States of America owes the descendants of enslaved Africans for 400 years of unpaid labor and counting.
You are, well, we don't know what you're talking about when you say descendants of Africans. Like, you know you lying. Hey, look at the face. Look at it. They both look at. Oh my God, yeah, they both had their eyes closed.
Of unpaid labor and count.
Yo, that expression tells everything. They are both lying. Look at this. They can't even look you. Look, they can't even look at you with a straight face. With that lie right there. Somebody says she can't keep her husband. Oh, was it Ali Moore?
And we're not just talking monetarily. And this is a debt that we must fight for and reclaim. I stood with the Republic of New Africa. You know, let me pause here. So many of these groups that you have now, ADOS, FBA, so many of the names. I'll say this. In my day, what we knew for sure is that you had to be a part of an organization. But we tried to be disciplined with our organizing, with think tanks, with actually studying, with coming up with plans. Now, there were always people infiltrating, and the FBI always had ways to try and derail what we were working on. They were always.
And they go with the FBI rhetoric. So why do you, okay. So in other words, they were doing great with reparations. They were making waves. Okay. They were making waves until FBAs came along and said, okay, no more race-based reparations. We're going to do lineage-based. When we came with that, we were sent by the FBI.
People being arrested and trumped up charges and things of that nature. That probably would never end. But if you are not a part of an organization, what are you doing?
Stop the cap. No.
So now, for these people who are saying that they are for reparations, but who have not studied the history of the reparations movement.
Okay, so all of us, all Black Americans who ain't in the Pan-African, when we looked into reparations, we didn't study it. Okay, just the people with just the folks with the books in the background. I got you.
Who don't even know my name or know the arguments that were put out before.
Oh, the hell we don't. We know those arguments. Oh, she was all over the place. Okay, matter of fact, hold on. Since you want to run your mouth. Since you want to run your mouth. We don't know the arguments. Hold on.
The cap. Stop the cap.
No, we know those arguments. Hold on. I got you. 1 second. I'm just gonna read what I post on this clown who was. Hey yo, they got bad luck because a guy had put me on to a Pan-African put me on to Ollie Moore early. You dig? So now when she came with this stupid shit, I was prepared to debunk it. This video is 19 hours old, so this is fairly new, not even a day old. And the lie didn't last because a stupid Pan-African put me on to this woman. Okay. All right, so here you go. Family. Ali Moore, the Queen Mother, She did not have any tangible wins. No federal reparations program, no court victories, no successful enforceable claims, right? One more time. No federal reparations program, no court victories, no successful enforceable claims. Right? She now her reparations failed. Her efforts grossly failed because she had no clear legal claimant class, no specific injury traceable in court, no standing that survives constitutional scrutiny, no defined responsible party in legal terms. Her dumbass was saying race, Africans. Her dumbass was leading with Africans need reparations. America's like, all right, well, go give them reparations. What are you telling us for? Go to Africa.
Now, some of this very what is the word you people use now? Grifters?
Colorful characters.
Now, look what they got with them. A straight tether right here. Okay? Straight tether. They mad as hell.
You must go back and study. And there are still people who worked with me who walked this earth that you can go and sit at their feet.
No.
I stood with the Republic of New Africa. And I want to just quickly share with you just a couple.
Hey, I guarantee you, she has never studied the Republic of New Africa. I guarantee you. When Rob Bourne came over here and tried to put me on game again, like these dumb Pan-Africans be putting me on to people that I didn't know. I didn't know about the Republic of Pan-Africans. Rob Bourne told me about these nothing burgers. I knew nothing about Ollie Moore. These Pan-Africans put me on her. So they be putting me on these people that did nothing. So now I'm like well prepared when they come with these names. I'm like, nope. And I'm cooking. I know more than them. I did the research and I ended up learning more and remembering more than them on these names.
A couple of minutes I know that we have left. The pledge that we used to share. They actually got some land in Mississippi. They were growing things and building their own community.
Okay, she's lying. The Republic of New Africa never got anything from the government. Hold on. Hold on.
I can see the red cross again. And what's that? What is that, guys? Oh my gosh!
And she's not going to disclose that the New Republic, they got land. Well, anybody can get land. Like, what does that mean? 2 acres? 1 acre? Like, quarter? Yeah. Okay, you got land. But that wasn't what they wanted. Their reparations package, they was asking for $400 billion in 1968, family. They wanted they in court with a serious face. They asked for $400 billion in 1968, family. That was the entire American economy. They was asking for like 5 states, like Mississippi, Alabama. They wanted 5 states. So now she's telling you what they settled with. What they settled with.
We have left. The pledge.
Or what they settled for.
That we used to share. They actually got some land in Mississippi. They were growing things and building their own community. And then, of course, the white government comes and tries to attack them.
Hold on.
And they hunker down. They actually got some land in Mississippi. They were growing things and building their own community. And then, of course, government comes and tries to attack them. And they hunker down. And by the time it was all said and done, when one white officer was dead, none of the black members of the Republic of New Africa were dead. But they arrested 11 of them, including a teenage boy. And they charged them with all kinds of things, arms and murder and all of that. And of course, they convicted most of them.
So they seen him as Jim Jones. Okay, all right, I got you. Yeah, we ain't doing that. You dig? So they became a real cult group, what they call us. Yes, the Republic of New Africa gained access to and purchased a 20-acre parcel of land near Ballton, Mississippi in 1971. Okay, now, remember, they were fighting for reparations. They wanted $400 billion and they wanted 5 American states. But they settled for 20 acres. Oh my God. And they had to buy it, by the way. The government gave them shit. So they settled for 20 acres of parcel land near Bolton, Mississippi to serve as their capital, which they named El Malik. Look at all this bullshit. No, nobody doing this. All this terroristic language. However, this possession was short-lived as the group faced intense federal and local law enforcement and surveillance. Didn't I say that before? I said, why would we adopt this Pan-African religion that's going to always face surveillance? Because when you're Pan-African, when you're a black nationalist, usually you have anti-American rhetoric tied to you, and you are siding with communist parties. You did communist countries. Russia, look, they all love Russia. Oh, Burkina Faso, they kicked out the French. They now with the Russians. Oh, yeah. They love China. Yeah, so all of you will always forever be tied to communism. Sympathizers of communist countries. Okay? Now look, like I said, got surveillance and they got a police raid and arrest that prevented them from establishing a permanent functional settlement there. There you go. That's the story, all right? A nothing burger. You got to land all this big talk. Oh, we ain't American citizens. We our own sovereign nation. All right, shit. That president like, all right, well, y'all gotta go. Gotta kick you the hell out the country. Hey, you ain't a citizen. So now we know the truth. Stop with the sad stories, man. Stop.
And by the time they, had to mortgage their land and resources and all of that just to pay for legal representation, they lost everything. The ideas lived on with the people and just spread out. But this was the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the Republic of New Africa, to defend her land, to give my life if necessary, and to fight for the freedom and sovereignty of black people. They were still using black.
Oh. All that Queen Ali Moore. Oh, we're not black. We're Africans. Look what the new African people call themselves. It's in the pledge. Oh my God. That is a win for us.
Let's get this mother crock.
Fight for the freedom and sovereignty of black people. They were still using black.
Yo, I'm over here hollering, yo. So that's a W for thank you. So these Pan-Africans were not calling themselves African. They were calling themselves black. Good luck.
I would eventually make my way to Africa. I went to Ghana for the funeral of Kwame Nkrumah. And while I was there, one of the chiefs.
You know what's crazy? If you watch my video on Kwame Nkrumah, he was a dictator. Africans hated him. The dude left Ghana for a hot second, and he was overthrown by his people that fast. They hated Buddy so bad. They hated Buddy so badly that once he left Ghana, the Ghanaians overthrew his regime, his cult regime, and replaced him. He was a dictator. They hated that man. Yeah, we're gonna unite Africa. They're like, bullshit. My man left to go, who knows, buy some land. You know, whatever. What do they do when they leave? What do they do? Go worship the motherland somewhere else. He came back. It was a whole new chief sitting in his seat. Kiss the ring, nigga.
Knowing the expanse of the work that I've done, they bestowed on me the honorific, and we went through the ritual, Queen Mother.
You want to go
Of
home?
course, I'd already been known as Queen Mother, because even here in the United States, at one point when I was in New York, we had African students who were just starving, had nothing to eat. And I created a little place, and I would just have some soup and just some food, and they could come and at least.
Okay, so you went all the way back to the motherland, the promised land, to feed starving children. And when we say that, y'all say we're lying. Oh my God. Yeah, you can't make this up, yo. So you went to the motherland to do what? So again, how do we benefit, man? How do we benefit? As you can see, they benefited immediately. They were able to finally eat. Look at this.
Queen Mother. Of course, I'd already been known as Queen Mother, because even here in the United States, at one point when I was in New York, we had African students who were just starving, had nothing to eat. And I created a little place, and I would just have some soup and just some food, and they could come and at least get one meal. And they would call me Queen Mother.
Oh, so you fed their bellies and they called you queen? Oh, man, that's called a finesse, man. That's called a finesse. Yo, as you can see, it's always one-sided. She finally went to the motherland where she's supposed to benefit, right? She's going to her motherland, right? Nope. Immediately got to work feeding Africans who were, like you said, starving. One more time.
Students who were just starving, had nothing. Oh my God! We went through the ritual, Queen Mother. Of course, I'd already been known as Queen Mother, because even here in the United States, at one point when I was in New York, we had African students who were just starving.
Now you know she's lying. She's talking about when she's in Ghana. Nobody in New York was starving. You're talking about in Ghana. Okay, don't revise history. When you stepped your funky feet into Ghana, you had to, you got to read between the lines here. You had to feed the kids in Ghana. Okay, stop it.
More. You know the Moors. Yeah. So I'm already African. My name was already African.
And family, they are obsessed with primitive third world poor people. I mean, I have no idea this religion got a hold of these people. Like, they are obsessed with people who did absolutely nothing in history besides receive help.
I stood amongst the giants of my lifetime.
Stop the cap.
Whether they were educated,
bruh,
or had to quit school like I did. The Mary Church Terrells. And I could tell you stories about when Mary Church Terrell would put her nose in the air. But we had to work through some of those issues. And I never stopped working. I never stopped speaking.
I got nothing to show for it. Okay, anyway. Nobody leans on Queen Ali Mother Moore case, okay, to how to do reparations the right way.
I never stopped teaching. And those who know me as the mother of reparations.
Stop the
I
cap.
have no fear for words, and I have an intense love for my people.
My God. No.
Reparations is a right.
Daddy?
There are some things out there. I would say if you want to study, there are interviews that I've done. Go and hear my own words from myself. I did not write my own biography. There is a book that was written about me by Ashley Farmer.
They always got a book. Damn. At this point, like, these folks are being stereotypical. They always got a book to sell you, man.
I guess people took what they chose to.
Ma'am, you got enough books behind you. You don't need any more books. You read it all. You know everything. There's nothing you don't know.
Because my books are not in an archive. My writings are not in an archive in one place where you can find them. My jewelry, my pictures.
Ma'am, all of her books are on your shelf behind you. Just look over your shoulder.
All of the history that I collected for decades just kind of...
Stop the cap.
I guess people took what they chose to. And so, my homework to you is, you must be your own archivist. Because this racist country in which you live...
Back to the white man. White man racist country, and Ghana is heaven. We got it. We got it. All right. Your message is clear. America ain't shit. Black Americans didn't build the foundation. It's a white man country. We're privileged to be here, and we should return back to Ghana, right? Oh boy. Ma'am, have a good day. Have a good day, ma'am. We definitely ain't beat with that bullshit. That was sad, man. I mean, I heard that last night. Like, I can't wait to show the lineage this. Okay. Hold on. So Tariq had a video earlier that I wanted to touch on. Some things were said and I wanted to touch on it. Let me click that real quick.
What up, baby?
What's up? How you doing, man?
You good?
I'm good. What's up, Steele?
Yeah, just repping, doing the FBA thing, yo.
Not with that accent. What part of the Caribbean? You ain't fooling nobody. The hell, like we can hear that. I'm good, man. What's happening? Like we can't hear the damn accent, nigga. Stop it. What's up, man? Where you from? What part of the Caribbean you from, nigga? What part of the Caribbean you from?
Jamaica. How do you know I'm from the Caribbean?
Dude, come on. We know our people. Come on now. So what's going on? What's on your mind, man?
Our people?
Yes, our people. People from our lineage.
Okay.
Right. We know. Shit. Y'all get mad because we know. Y'all be acting like we can't tell. You know? How you know, nigga? Come on, nigga.
Hey, nigga. No, so I've got a few questions for you, but you're probably going to dash me down before I get a chance. Paul.
No, just don't start trolling, but let's talk.
No, it's not trolling, but you know what it is? Whenever I talk to you, you start getting your feelings and you start projecting. We never get anywhere, but
Well,
I know that you know that what I'm saying is true.
I don't remember you. I don't remember you. I don't remember talking to you, to be honest.
Okay.
When did we talk before?
Okay, when we spoke before, you were talking
No, just don't start
about
trolling, but let's talk.
FBA being totally different to Caribbean and other people, and I said that's a whole load of bollocks. And I was trying to break down to you the transatlantic slave trade, and you said, "Oh, but we all came from Africa. We've all got African genetics." No, sir, and then you started doing a whole load of next shit, and it just went somewhere else.
Sir, I don't remember the conversation because a lot of
you're not gonna remember me because you have loads of people, and I'm one person.
Let me get this, because a lot of guys be using their screen name, and I be trying to track these guys down and cook them. Okay, let me see if he said his name.
Still got love. What's
Still
up,
got
Still?
love.
What up, baby?
What's up? How you doing, man?
You good?
I'm good.
It just went somewhere else.
Sir, I don't remember the conversation because a lot of
you're not gonna remember me because you have loads of people, and I'm one person out of thousands.
Right.
So of
But
course
so
you're
you
not gonna
see how when you called up, you tried to pretend to be us. I immediately knew you weren't.
Yeah, no, because I was joking, and my accent wasn't very convincing.
You're trying to you joking now because you got outed, but yeah, you couldn't get that off.
What?
Sir.
Do you really think I was gonna hold that conversation in a fake American accent?
But immediately, I knew and we knew.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be very difficult. It's like if you tried to put on a London accent, as soon as you said one syllable, I would have caught you out. Because you speak with rolling R's, so it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, but you weren't joking. You thought you were going to get it off.
No, I was joking. My friend, I'm totally rational and I'm totally copious mentis. I was joking, believe me.
Yeah, but you were still trying to get one off, and
it's as you say.
But I knew it was somebody not of our lineage. I knew that.
No, you didn't know it was anyone of your lineage. I could have been born in the USA and I've lived in London. So you didn't.
I was right, sir. I was exactly right. So
yeah, you were right, and you could have been wrong.
But I wasn't wrong. That's the point.
Okay, you was right.
Right. Now, what's your point? Now, what issue do you have with our lineage?
I don't have any issue with your lineage. Like from my personal perspective, as someone who loves everyone in diaspora, I don't see you as anything different to me. I see you as another black man. The only thing that separates us is an ocean and maybe slightly different experience. But I see you the same as me. We go through the same struggles. We have the same aspiration. I don't see you as different to me, sir.
Okay.
But when you come out with things like all the, I don't even know where to start. Like some of the things I'm thinking, are you anti-black? And then you say, "Oh, but we made black what it is. See, you guys weren't doing anything over there in the UK, but we built this, sir."
You're trauma.
And then you start saying,
"Yeah, how the hell can we be anti-black?" That's why I say, family, we must gatekeep black. These guys hijack black as though he is black. The dude said we're anti ourselves. Dude, you're not black at all, my guy.
Saying trauma, but it's not trauma. I'm not going through trauma.
You're trauma dumping.
I don't have a chip.
We're talking about lineage. You're talking about liking somebody. Now, these are two different conversations. Lineage has nothing to do with liking anybody.
No,
a lineage is a lineage. You're Jamaican. Okay. You come from a Jamaican lineage.
Yes, I come from a Jamaican lineage.
That's
and also, and also, I'm also a historian. I study history, and I know for a fact there were Jamaicans who were in Jamaica who were from a quote unquote Jamaican lineage, whose fourth grandfather got transported from America, and they came to. So their lineage before that would have been the same as yours.
Have you been to the United States before?
Yes, I have, sir.
Are you familiar with the Caribbean Day Parade that they have in Brooklyn?
Of course, but my family's in Flatbush. That's where most Jamaicans reside.
Why do they have that?
And that's another thing. Yeah, you always talk about.
I asked you a question. Why do they have the Caribbean Day Parade?
Because it has a high population of people from the Caribbean, maybe.
Okay. Is that okay for them to have a Caribbean Day Parade?
Is it okay for them to have a St. Patrick's Day parade in Boston?
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
But that's what I asked you. Is that okay?
No, I will answer your question when you answer mine. Is it okay for them to have a Caribbean Day Parade?
I just told you. It's totally fine.
Is it okay for them to
have a Puerto Rican Day parade? Why? Because
is it okay for them to have a Puerto Rican Day parade, a St. Patrick's Day parade, and a Caribbean Day parade?
Okay, you're from Alabama.
I'm asking you again, sir. You're not. If you do that again, I'm gonna get you off.
Each time you've
No, you're not
answered
going to
it,
do
I've
that, sir.
answered
I'm
you.
asking you a logical question. It's a
And I
neutral
gave you a
question.
logical answer.
No,
And I
you
said
didn't.
yes.
You deflected. Why are you deflecting?
Is yes deflecting or is yes an answer?
You didn't. You just went off into. So the answer is yes. It's okay for them to do that, right?
It was yes from the jump. Yes, sir.
No, well, you didn't say that, sir. You start. Well, is it the same?
I
thing?
did, but you didn't hear
Okay,
me.
stop. Don't filibuster. I agree. It is okay for them to do that.
Thank you. So
Now,
what's the point?
why is it not okay for us as foundational Black Americans to recognize our own unique ethnic group?
But no one said it wasn't, and you've already got your unique ethnic group. It's called African American.
No,
sorry?
you did make it. Now, why are you going to try to tell us what we are?
I'm not telling you what you are, but you're telling me what you're not. And the thing is, everybody reserves the right. I'm going to answer
if it's okay for them, for your fellow, stop. If it's okay for your fellow Caribbeans to recognize their unique lineage outside of us, then it should be okay for us to recognize our lineage outside of them, right?
Totally correct. But what's not okay?
So what's the issue?
But my issue is this: is when you start saying, "Oh, we ain't having no fried cantaloupe," and you start making
now that's a different argument. That's a different. Okay, so
no, it ties into the same thing, and it's self-hatred. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay,
and you said you're going to answer my question. Is it okay for them to have a St. Patrick's Day?
What's self-hatred?
Answer my question. I'll answer yours.
You have to elaborate on what you mean. What's self-hatred again?
Self-hatred is everything you do. So when a person keeps telling the world that they're black, but everything they do is anti-black, it's called self-hatred.
Now, what's anti-black?
That's what you do. Everything you do. The examples I gave.
What anti-black?
Anti-black. So
like what?
When you diss an African for being African, that's anti-black. And when I look at your phenotype,
no, I've never dissed an African for being African.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do, sir.
Who?
You're lying, aren't you? You're lying. Who? You're telling lies.
Who have I dissed for being African?
Babiola babble, a goosey babble. Oh, you over there with your fried hyena hot wings. Hyenas don't have wings, so even that is a bad analogy.
Family, this is why we need our big brother Tariq Nasheed on board. The only black people are foundational Black Americans. That man would have got nowhere on his channel calling a foundational Black American anti-black. It's like, dude, what is anti-black and what does black got to do with you or anybody now? Not just you. Anybody non-foundational. What does the word B-L-A-C-K have to do with any of you guys? This is a new term associated with you guys. Recently new, like 2015, 16, 18, 19 new. What historical ties do you or anybody non-FBA has with the word B-L-A-C-K as an ethnonym? Okay. 0. You're not black at all, my guy. You just said you're Jamaican. Got it. You're Jamaican. I'm black. Nice to meet you. What else can we do for you, sir?
And you say, oh, but us Americans start.
That's not dissing anybody for being African. I'm just clowning trolls who call up with them. No, you're not going to talk over me. Don't talk over me. I'm answering you. I clown trolls who call up here. Yes, I call them. If you call up trolling, you get roasted. I'm not clowning you for being African. I'm clowning you for being a troll.
Okay, let's get to the history then.
Right.
Because what you're doing now.
But yeah, you're not going to. What you're trying to talk over me. You're not going to do that.
Now, I can't be talking over you.
I can't be anti-black. I'm one of the most pro-black people in the United States, sir.
No, you're not. The moment
who's more pro-black than me?
The moment me.
You're a tether in the UK.
Tahaka Bay is more pro-black than you.
Yeah, you're talking about alleged feds, sir. You're talking about alleged feds, sir. That's not pro-black.
And you're
you're mentioning alleged feds, and you're over in the UK. You're not pro-black. Yeah, you're a tether, sir.
You're a tether.
You're a fleeing tether.
And
you're a fleeing failed tether who failed Jamaica. And
okay,
you're over in the UK. Yeah, you failed.
Let's talk about hip hop. Because in Alabama,
Sir,
in 75,
you're
you're
just
playing,
jumping all over the place.
you were
What?
playing the banjo in 75, weren't you? In Alabama, you weren't breakdancing, you weren't rhyming, you weren't scratching, you weren't doing any of the elements.
Sir, many of the pioneers, well, not many, damn near all of the hip hop pioneers come from the South. So what you're talking about?
No.
Most of the pioneers,
Hey, family, do me a favor and like the video if you're new here. If you're also new, subscribe, hit the bell button. All we do here is cook tethers like that. I wish, look, man, when we Liddy here today, I be wishing they call in. They won't call in. All their doctorate degrees and bachelors and associates, and they dodge this channel. Okay, they dodge this channel. These arguments won't go nowhere. They're not working over there either. But I be trying to bait them in to give me these arguments. Please click that link. The link is posted. You can call in, you can challenge me on anything that FBA stand on. I say the only black people in the world are FBA. Everybody else just modernly adopted that name, and it ain't yours. You got a name already. Okay, so if y'all disagree with that, click the link. I say Marcus Garvey's a scammer. You disagree? Click the link. I say John Henry Clark was a horrible historian. You think I'm wrong? Click the link. I say Kwame Nkrumah was a clown dictator. He was hated by his people, and he failed to unite Africa. He couldn't even unite his own country, Ghana. Okay, so that's me. I'm saying everything. The link is there. Everybody got balls on their own podcast, but click that link. All right. Garvey ain't shit, never was. Jerry Clark was a compromiser. The dude lied. Fake historian guy lied. Ben lied. Okay, these are horrible compromise historians. Okay, they got they're confirmation bias researchers. Their goal is to make Africa look better than what it was. John Henry Clark outright denied Africa's role in the slave trade. Like goddamn. Yeah. Let me switch over. Yeah, so anybody who has an issue with FBA talking points, think we're divisive, xenophobic, you want to know the end goal, all those crazy questions you normally ask Tariq or somebody else, I got time. You can ask those questions over here. Okay, meanwhile, I'm trying to reel in a fish. I'm trying to bait somebody to pull up. You feel me? So let me just switch over. My son a little sleepy. So let me head to the Chris Brown. Back to the crib. Oh shit. Shit. Okay. 9. All right, hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, but the link is there. Okay. We talked about birthright citizenship. 14th Amendment, Trump's argument. I went over that. Okay, we can touch back over that if I want to. I got the echo. Okay. Yeah, so that's on the table. You know, if you do click the link and you have the lineage, stay on topic, please. And 1 second. That dude said, let's talk hip hop. Like, my guy, what does hip hop got to do with you? Gotta stop. Okay, here we are. Let me share my screen. The channel FBA News and Updates. The dig. Birthright citizenship got Tethers. Quiet. Nervous. Okay. Folks don't want to talk about that right now. They was talking trash earlier this year. Now they see how really got. And they are quiet.
Most of the pioneers in hip hop come from the South, sir. So what you're a tether. How are you going to tell us about our culture? Make it
Talk
make
about
sense.
culture.
How are you going to tell us you're a fleeing failed tether with no wins under your belt? How are you going to tell us about our culture?
If you
You
stop
don't have
muting,
any
I can tell you.
wins.
If you stop muting,
You win.
a coward and
No,
muting
no,
me.
no, no. What wins do you have?
Stop being a sick.
What wins do you have, sir? How is a person who's just dripping with failure with 0 wins under his belt culturally going to tell the
winners?
The culture of this country, you're going to tell the people who are the cultural
Disrespectful, man.
lifeblood of this country about us? How does that work?
Did
Entitlement.
Obama just tell me that I've got no?
Obama? Yes, sir. Yeah, yes. My family's from Alabama. We're hardcore, deep FBAs. You damn right. My family's from Bama, the place with the least amount of damn immigrants, sir. You damn right. Yeah. We have the least amount of immigrants. So that means we ain't been tethered up, sir. Y'all tethers weren't around. Tethers like you weren't around
You
us,
said
sir.
tethered up.
So we were tether free down there, sir. So you getting the pure, uncut FBAs, sir. You damn right. We didn't have musty tethers like yourself around us because you wouldn't survive around them hardcore FBAs like that, sir. That's why you over there in the UK musty drinking tea and damn Jollof, sir. Now get off here. You're not saying anything. You're a time-wasting tether, sir. Yeah, Bama is a great thing. That's where you're getting the heart and soul of FBAs. Alabama and Mississippi, those are 2 of the places with the least amount of immigrants. So you're getting the hardcore, deep to the bone, full-blood FBAs down there, sir.
Yeah, man. Family, I need y'all to pull up more often. You know, clout, y'all sparing these guys. You dig? Y'all sparing these guys. These guys are clout chasers. Like when the numbers show up, they pull up. And y'all see what I do with them. I send them packing every time. Yeah, man, with the support, you'll force them to call in. They're like, all right, shit, the number's over there. Let me clout chase. You see, we had Jamaican Dream calling the other day. Yeah, y'all see what happens when we start get the numbers, the tethers be like, damn, I gotta call in over there and get cooked. Yeah, you did that. We got the guy who hate to be called black. He come over here and says American is his ethnicity. Like, what? Yeah, man, you stupid, bro. Then to prove his point, he argues, no, you can make American your ethnicity. I'm like, yo, America's a nationality. First of all, he said it wasn't. So we quickly debunked him on that. So now he changed the goalpost. No, you got a handful of whites who use American as their ethnicity. I said, on a government form, yeah. I said, is it legitimate or illegitimate? I'm setting this fool up. No, it's legitimate. They are called American as their ethnicity on paper. I'm like, okay. So then how the hell is that going to be your ethnicity? Are you white? He was like, no. I was like, hey, man, you're done. If somebody already claimed the ethnicity and they're not of your stock, of your ethnic group, you're done. It's taken. Yeah, I just set you up, my guy. If white people are already claiming, which I know he's lying, but if white people are already claiming American as their ethnicity and you acknowledge them to be white, how the hell can you now claim it to be your ethnicity too? Make sense of that. So you and them went through the same ethnogenesis. Now we know white folks ain't going around saying Americans is their ethnicity, and if they are, they're not taken seriously. That's a cult. All right, you can't have half the people of the ethnic group one thing. Everybody, that's like Foundation Black Americans. Like we, hey man, I'm FBA. Really? Well, I'm an African booty scratcher. That's not how that works. And then we got different groups now. Ethnicity is ethnicity. You dig? We went to a shared ethnogenesis. It's one name. You dig? And it's the most popular name that usually wins. Okay, that usually went out. Right. So we got idiots like that call in and get crushed when the number is looking good. So the number's looking good today. So hopefully we catch a fish.
How is a damn tether in Britain gonna tell us about our culture? You could never, sir. That's why you are fleeing all over the place. You understand? Yeah, Alabama, that was the heart of the civil rights movement. You damn right my family was down there in Alabama. My mother's side leads Alabama, my dad's side out there in Lowndes County, Alabama. Lowndes County, that's the home of the original Black Panthers. That's where the Black Panthers in Oakland got the game from. Lowndes County, Alabama. That's why they had the Selma thing down there in that area. My family were part of the tent city movement down there, where they set up tent cities for civil rights activists to come down and stay. They took care of the people in the civil rights movement down there. That was my family. They weren't fleeing all over the damn place. They were standing on damn business. That's in my bloodline, buddy. You understand? Boy, these old jealous tethers. You can't speak on Alabama in a negative way. I'm a Bama and a banjo. Yeah, them Bamas with the banjo, that's the lifeblood of this country.
By the way, family, no, by the way, ops out there, I make the claim, the bold claim. Marcus Garvey was a scammer. Prove me wrong. John Rick Clark, Ben, horrible historians. Revisionists. Prove me wrong. The link's there. I say, what else? Go ahead. Oh, the only black people are foundational Black Americans. Everybody else ain't black. They're just wherever they are from their country. All right. Only black people are foundational Black Americans. There are no other black people. If you think I'm wrong, you want a quick challenge, click that link. Or any other talking point. If you think we're dismissive, xenophobic, that link is there for you. Thank you.
Those people stood on business. It was the Montgomery bus boycott that gave a lot of people the game. Anytime y'all want some game and y'all want to know about stepping to the oppressive system, you go down there to damn Edmund Pettus Bridge in Alabama and start cosplaying as us. The hell you talking about? We ain't going over to Jamaica. We ain't cosplaying you. Shout out to Jamaicans. No disrespect. There's some phenomenal Jamaicans out there. Respect to them. But that tether is not a good representative for you. Yeah, when folks want to get some shit done, they ain't co-signing or acting or cosplaying as y'all.
No.
Ain't nobody doing that.
Oh my God.
Let's get this thing straight. Foundational Black Americans are the culture over here, sir.
No cap.
Let's talk hip hop. Let's talk hip hop. What the hell are you gonna talk hip hop? You in Britain. Then go play you some Amy Winehouse or something. You in Britain. Stop it. The hell you talking to? You're not gonna speak for us? Yeah, y'all have the Caribbean Day Parade. That's okay. Y'all delineate from us. That's fine. We don't complain. And you're not going to complain when we delineate. I don't want to hear all that. You hate us, anti-black and blackness. Shut up. You're not going to do that game and then start naming suspected feds. This shows the level of degeneracy with these damn tethers. You start naming suspected feds. That shows the level of integrity you have, sir. Yeah? Yeah, we are warriors. Foundational Black Americans, we are the cultural blueprint. We are the cultural power. I had a conversation about that the other day. A lot of people like that broadcast I put up talking about the cultural power that foundational Black Americans have to balance out the military power that the dominant society has. See, in order to sustain a society, there has to be a balance. You can't just militarily dominate people. You have to have a culture to export. We are that culture. We're very important to this country, ladies and gentlemen, and we've always been. That's what I want FBAs to understand. See, these tethers are mad because we've shown the world how insignificant they are. By delineating and us doing great and thriving without them, because they like to play this game. It's strength in numbers, nigga. We have to be together. We don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't need to be together with people who are off code. Only the riders. We don't need nobody. We've always been the secret sauce. We don't need nobody. We've always had to get it out the mud, and that's what I want to drill in your damn heads. We've always been the secret sauce. We've always got shit popping, and other people come and leech off of us and then flip it as if we needed them. You know what I'm saying? I want us to get off that shit because we don't need these people. We don't need nobody. We are 49 million deep, man. We've always been the lifeblood. We've been the engineers, the architects, the intellectuals, the labor force, the cultural force, the moral force here. We got it. But they run this little Jedi mind trick on us. And too many of us fall for it. I want us to understand, man, we've always had shit popping. We've always been the secret sauce, and everybody has to plug into us. It ain't the other way around. Y'all understand what I'm saying to y'all, family? It's not the other way around, and it's been like that for a long time in a lot of industries. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. Y'all know the Negro Leagues. Y'all remember the Negro Leagues? This is the perfect example of what I'm saying. See, the historians, they like to rewrite history. This is why us talking about history is very important. The Negro Leagues is a great example of what I'm talking about. The Negro Leagues, they make it seem like the Negro Leagues was just the chitlin circuit, and some good white people said, hey, you know what? Morally, let's allow some of these black guys to come over here and join our success. So the narrative is some good, honorable whitey people allowed some poor little downtrodden chitlin circuit Negro players to come on in and play for the major leagues. That's how they frame it. That's complete horseshit. You understand that? That's such horse crap. Do y'all listen? The dominant society did not integrate Major League Baseball. I think it was around 1947, right? But they didn't do it because they grew a conscience. They integrated it because keeping sports segregated, it was becoming financially disastrous for them. You understand? Because we had the shit popping. See, you got to understand how white supremacy works. They work as a surveillance mechanism. They monitor cultural trends from us. So whenever foundational black Americans, we start building an independent, thriving, scalable economic engine, the dominant white society, they intervene real quick before it takes root. But when they see something, they see a trend. I give the white supremacists credit on that. When they see a trend, they jump in front of it. They're like, oh, we got to get in front of this shit. And that's what they did with the Negro Leagues. I want y'all to understand something, man. In the 1940s, the white Major League Baseball was in a slump. Because first of all, it was already boring as hell. It was boring as damn hell. Plus, World War II, a lot of the white players started to get drafted, so it got even more boring. So the white Major League Baseball thing was in a slump. The Negro Leagues was through the roof. The Negro Leagues was making money hand damn over fist. Yeah, somebody said it's boring now. Well, true. But yeah, the Negro Leagues was making money hand over fist in the 1940s. Well, a lot of black people were getting those wartime jobs and those government jobs and those factory jobs. So we had a lot of disposable income. So we wanted to get some good entertainment. So the Negro Leagues, they were going through a damn golden era. The Negro Leagues was making money hand over fist. And the Negro Leagues, they played better ball. They were just better ball players. The white tee players were always boring. The black players, they were entertaining. They were energetic. It was a fast-paced game. You understand? They brought flair, style, high-level strategy. They were just on top of it. And they were so good, not only did they get all the black baseball fans money, the white tee people started to go see them. Because white people, they want to see some fly shit too. The white tee people started going to them games, so they were getting double the damn money. You understand? So the white fans, they knew that the white Major League Baseball was boring. They said, let's go see the Negroes. They getting down. So now you're getting the black money, all the black money, and half the white money. And then in the 1940s, the Negro League, some of the games, they started drawing more people than the white major leagues. Did y'all know that? When they would have these all-star games, like around 1943, the Negro Leagues would have the East-West All-Star games at Comiskey Park in Chicago. Now, the same year, the white major league games, they only pulled like 31,000 fans. The Negro Leagues, when they had their all-star game, they had damn near double that, like 51,000 people. You understand? They were damn near getting double the white attendees. They don't tell you this. Y'all look up what I'm saying. The Negro Leagues was washing the damn major leagues. And the thing is, they started, the Negro Leagues, what they would do, they would rent out the major league stadiums. To play a lot of those big games, they would rent out, like Yankee Stadium, they would rent these places out. And some of these white tee owners, they saw firsthand the kind of money that these brothers was bringing in. Up in Philadelphia, they were selling out these damn white stadiums. It's the Negro League. They'd rent them out and sell it out. Yankee Stadium, they would rent out Lake Yankee Stadium and sell that out. The Negro Leagues was just raking in money hand over fist. These people were in the back room like, hey, man, hold on now. We can't, come on. We can't let them keep doing this. They're going to take over. They were like, hey, these Negroes are going to end up taking over if we let this shit go down. So they said, hey, you know what? We're going to have to get that black audience. So when Branch Rickey in 1947 or whatever said, hey, let's get Jackie Robinson, and they're acting like that was some kind of civil rights victory. No, that was a corporate hostile takeover. Because when they start getting the black Negro League players and taking them to the major leagues, usually what you're supposed to do is buy out people's contracts. They never paid the Negro Leagues, by the way. A lot of folks don't know this part of the game. When they were taking Jackie Robinson and taking those Negro League players and bringing them into the major league, they never bought their contracts out. They never paid the Negro Leagues. They didn't even recognize it. It's like, that's something else. So they started systematically taking the best black players from the Negro Leagues and economically crushing deliberately the Negro Leagues. See, they got to tell the whole story. So don't let them make it seem like it was they did the black community a favor by bringing in the black players because they wanted a kumbaya. No. The white Major League Baseball League was struggling. And they saw all of that money that black people were bringing in, and then they said, oh, we need to get them dollars. So let's slowly bring them black players over here and let's get all of the audience back. That's what I'm saying. We've always been the damn secret sauce. See, they do little shit like that, then act like they did us a favor. No, they didn't. And we got to understand that. They're not doing us no damn favors. Yeah. So that's been the con game that's been happening for a minute. Man, let me get some more folks in. But we've always been the secret sauce. Yes, Satchel Paige, one of the greatest players ever. Phenomenal player. Satchel Paige, phenomenal player. Yes, he was. Satchel Paige was the truth. Satchel Paige was absolutely the truth. And when in 1941, when Satchel Paige, he pitched at Yankee Stadium. That game, when he was pitching for the Negro Leagues, that drew more people than the Giants and the Braves. So again, you had all these people going to see, even white people wanted to go see Satchel Paige and all these people. They were phenomenal. Yeah, so the white powers that be said, we got to stop this. Oh, we got to stop this thing. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. These Negroes will take over. Let's get that talent. They've always done it. Y'all remember when back in early 2000s when Suge Knight, Jay Prince, and Irv Gotti, they were going to click up and start an independent record distribution outlet. Y'all remember that? Suge Knight from West Coast, Irv Gotti on the East Coast, and Jay Prince from the South. They were going to click up and start an independent record distribution outlet.
Hey, family, and this is why I say we don't have to sign. You know, when we're trying to create our own industry, we don't got to sign for the gazillion bucks. You dig? You don't have to be a gazillionaire. You can actually be, like, for example, like you got some of these NBA players making $20 million a year, then they go broke a couple years after they retire. You could instead start, you know what I mean, had we been on business on one accord, our own league, you know, maybe making $500,000 a year. You dig? You don't gotta make, or you know, maybe 1 million or 7 million a year. You dig? You don't always gotta make the gazillion dollars a year to get your own thing rocking, where nobody can blackball you like they're doing Jaden Ivey. Now, and even with the rap industry, I'm telling people like, yo, you know, people don't gotta sign to Sony or these big. You don't have to sign to UMG, all these umbrella companies. You don't have to do that. You don't, but you want to do that because you're swinging for a home run. You're swinging for the fences. You can actually, you know, sign with a smaller company or do your own thing and make a modest 300,000, you know, 200,000, 150,000. That's really good for your own stuff. You feel me? Like you don't have to swing for the fences. 300,000, 800,000. That's a great career, you know, considering where we are today. What the average person makes today. That's a great career. You don't got to always swing for the fences. You know, let Mo sign you, promise you all this money, and then control your destiny. Can control what you say, who you know what I mean, all this crazy stuff. No, do your own thing, man. Then nobody really could blackball you like that. It won't be so easy. Hold on. So we got a guest hopping on. Yeah, so you don't have to sign and get the home run deal. And we got to stop doing that. Oh, my son gonna have you buy a house? No, your son should be able to buy a house, and if you want to live with his ass, you live with him. What up, Swarthy? You on mute?
Hey, Shalom, Ron. Can you hear me?
Shalom. Yes, sir.
You know, what's interesting, Ron, is I proposed an idea and I coined it hashtag 48 billion. And it does focus on foundational Black Americans taking a small percentage of the population and saving $1,000 a month for a year. If we can get 4 million FBAs to do it, it produces $48 billion at the end of the year, right? So
Yeah.
having our own sports teams, basically creating our own variation and version of the country is a very realistic thing today. And you don't have to be violent and overthrow the government or do any of those other things, but we do have the power today to unify in such a way. So I was laughed at by the Pan-African community when I brought this idea up, but a lot of Black people that I talk to, it makes a lot of sense concerning not giving up on the pursuit of reparations, but until they pay, making sure that there is a self-preservation with us in general. So it puts us in a position, Ron, where we can have our own coffee shops, we can have our own basketball teams, our own football teams. Even, do you know it takes $100 million to open up a big box retailer like a store like Target or Walmart? It takes $100 million
Oh
to
yeah.
open a store like that, right? With $1
Dang.
billion
Yeah.
out of that 48, we could open up 10 big box office stores and instantly start competing with Target and Walmart. And if we have better customer service, if we have better products, if it's just overall a better experience that people have doing business with us and trading with us, then we'll end up taking those customers from Walmart and from Target as well. So a lot of these workspaces where foundational Black Americans are ostracized, made to feel uncomfortable by all the other families of the earth, we do have the financial power at least to change that and create our own safe spaces that other people are not even allowed in. So my idea is hashtag 48 billion. And at the end of the day, family, we have the power to change things.
Yeah. So don't be discouraged. Like also starting smaller, right? Because I always talk about over here to get. See, the thing is, when you want so many people involved, right? That becomes a burden now, and then now you got a goal, and anything short of that goal is like a failure. So what people do is people swing for the home run. I was just saying that rather than try to get on base. So there's nothing wrong with starting off smaller, and then now you got that many people already involved. So what I always talk about is a proof of concept. So you could say, hey, it's always working. Like I remember watching one story some years ago, how a family saved their money. An Indian family saved it. They all like it's like 20 people put like kind of what you said, but it's smaller. It's a family thing. Why I'm talking about when I say family,
Right.
husbands, wives,
They're
it's
unified
like six.
financially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about 6 to 8 families. But look what they did.
Right.
They went and bought a gas station. Okay, so it wasn't like they were rich. It just they had like 8 married couples all put money in, and they bought a gas station, and of course, a black neighborhood, and they got it popping. I mean, it's an old ran down gas station. They got it popping. Then when they did, they bought another one, and then another one. So now they have a proof of concept. So now, of course, if they reach out to other people, hey, you want to get down this new gas station? People are gonna jump because they already see what they did with the first two.
Right.
So
You can see the
so
tangible success. You
right.
can see it.
That's what's gonna happen. But our people, man, unfortunately, we want to see now. We don't want to. And I'm saying like when you look at a lot of us to contribute, the problem with that is people can't see the vision. Like they're gonna
Yeah,
want to see
they're
it.
so worried about the investment on return, Ron, that they don't notice you don't have any real sovereignty. You're not really free, and you don't have any true protection. So when we and my plan, hashtag 48 bill, Ron, it wasn't just about us unifying financially. It was about us universally accepting the code and creeds that if you mess with one of us, you messing with all of us. And
Right.
then I do think it's important for us to make marriages among ourselves, with the exception of some families that have non-Black people in their family that have proven themselves to be trustworthy, and ultimately they've rocked with us the whole time. So I even understand the aspect of making some exceptions for some people, but ultimately, Ron, we do have the power to change our outcomes in America. And even if we started small and we didn't do hashtag 48 bill, but we just started small with coffee
No,
shops
you
and
could call it
local
that. Look,
kitchens.
no, I'm saying no, you could call that because that's the end goal. So you call it that. That's the
Oh,
end goal. But then you accept small victories until you get there. Is what I was saying. Like produce, so until you get to your goal, you
right.
want
I
to
see what
have
you're saying.
something like a portfolio. So when you pitch it to new people, you already say, look what I got going on. Now I got that from Shark Tank. You dig? When those investors go on Shark Tank, no, when they want to invest, when they want Mark Cuban and them, they want to know, hey, what you got going on so far? Oh, nothing but a great idea. They usually
You've
be
been
like,
able to
I'm out,
accomplish
I'm
with
out.
the
Yeah,
resources you have.
yeah. Or like
Right.
they at
And
least
every now
want
and then they come
people
on Shark
to
Tank
like,
and they actually take the resources that they have and they produce something.
yeah, yeah. So there's other things too. Or like, let's say if you had like 100,000 people already committed, at least made a pledge. Like, yeah, we read it. That's even worth money. That's
100,000.
worth
What
money.
is 100,000 times 12,000?
100,000 to 120. Yeah, 100,
100,000.
a million, 1.2, something like that.
So even with that, right? Like we still have money to invest in small practical businesses that make money every single day. things like, have you ever heard of like Dollar General or the Family Dollar or the 99-cent store? When you look at some of these
Yeah.
coffee shops, just focusing on the things that consistently make money every single day and then growing to something bigger like an art studio or a museum or a sports coliseum. Like we can get to the big box retail store, but I definitely wanted to inspire foundational Black Americans to entertain the idea that I had. Because at the end
Yeah.
of the day, we can certainly take control of our destiny with that idea. When I talked to AI about it, and it gave me a layout of all the things it would fundamentally change in our communities, it talked about how we could even close the gap in generational wealth with other groups and ethnic groups of people who have had a head start on us. So I think FBA's unifying is more imperative and important than it's ever been. And my message to the foundational Black American family is: if other groups of people don't want to unify, so what? Stop letting people tell you, well, all the Europeans didn't unify. Well, that means if we unify, then we have more of an advantage over everybody else. So stop being discouraged by what other people are doing, and stop allowing it to discourage you from doing what's conducive for your self-preservation. That's my message, you know what I'm saying, as an FBA man and to other FBA brothers and sisters. Like, we ain't gotta wait on nobody. Yes, we can set up the legal paperwork and we can go through the process of making America pay what's owed to Black people, which is reparations for building America. But until then, we can still proactively do things, Ron, where we got safe spaces, where brothers and sisters are not working jobs with tethers and people who want to gang up on them at work, or they want to report them to HR every little thing they do. Like, I watch our people on these jobs, Ron, and they stressed out, brother. So I would rather them come and work for us because we love them. We're going to make sure they pay right. We're going to make
Yeah,
sure
you
they
know
get
what?
whatever help they need. Like, I would rather them come and do it with us.
Yeah, I had a friend talking, and yo, some of y'all need to like look at the Nation of Islam, because like what you saying is, once you said that, I thought about the Nation of Islam. Like the Nation of Islam, like believe me, bro, if whatever community they were in, whatever store business they set up, if it's a fish store, believe me, all of the Muslims going to that fish store. They're not going to a competing fish store. You dig? So that's kind of what we doing, like with the on cold thing. I see it like kind of similar to Nation of Islam, where like you're obligated to like rock with stores that got FBA or something like that on it. It's like, nah, like that's the store.
That's
So
you preserving yourself. That's you putting your new generation in a position to take the businesses over as the executive chief, CEOs, and leaders. This is you allowing your sons and daughters to start their own lives off with resources already, not wanting and needing from no other family on the earth. So this is how we start generations of Black people off with a head start, as opposed to having to start your life off in slavery and get to the point there. We can make the next couple of generations of Black people wealthy and have our children start their lives off with healthy, productive families with resources and not wanting or needing anything from anybody else.
yeah, and you know, like I said, the sense of obligation got to be there. So ours, like we have a chant. Ours is on code, right? So everybody who's on code got to stay on code, because we are kind of like waving off that. Some of us, you know, I tell people, you got a lot of platforms out here that's ran by tethers who disrespect FBAs all day long, and their only success is from FBAs. And what we do, we go to their channels anyway. It's like, yo, their channel was about to die. I recall seeing some of these guys with 6 people live. Now they're 130 and like, yeah, all FBAs, like debating them. Like, no, dude, you're losing. You're not winning. Okay, you're keeping their business alive, their dream alive, and Smelting benefit from this. So what you're saying is a great plan when people are locked in on the on cold mentality. When you're locked on that, when you're locked in on that, all those things can work. If you're not locked
That's
in, they're
when
not
you
gonna work.
start to see your grocery store, your hospital, your big box office
Yeah,
store, when you're willing to commit to locking in, like you just mentioned right now, Ron.
yeah, definitely. Because I'm damn sure ain't supporting it. If I know, and they ain't got to call themselves Black American, like, you know, FBA. But if I know they are, and they got a store, and I see a competing store, like I already know who I'm patronizing.
Yeah, I'm going to
It's
do
like
business with the brother and help preserve
yeah,
my community.
it's a no brainer.
Right.
But again, like a
Sister.
lot of us,
Right.
so in order for your hypothesis to work, they got to be locked in, man. It also gotta pitch the you gotta pitch the lock in. Remind them to be on code and explain what it is and what it ain't.
Well, I think the thing is, Ron, is, and this is unfortunate that I have to say this, but our people have to be continually disrespected by the other groups of people on their jobs. The black man has to continue to get shot down by the police. We haven't gotten to the point yet where we're like, okay, enough is enough. So my idea is when, as a race, we realize, okay, enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? Us going to hospitals and giving birth to children and they breaking the babies back on purpose because it's black. Like, we still, even through all of that, Ron, don't have the mentality that we should.
Right, but that's so exactly what you said just now. You said, well, some unfortunate things got to happen to force us to do what we got to do. Okay, Elijah Muhammad, back in the 60s, he said something. He said something similar to that. He said, if the teachings don't get you, the conditions will. You dig? So that's kind of what you just said. So really, what you said the same thing. You said, hey, if this on code thing can't make you get on code, then unfortunately the conditions will put you there. You know, you'll be forced to get on code.
You'll get tired of going to work and you answering your education, got the degree you needed for that position, and then gave it to somebody who can't even speak 3 words. So you get tired of that at some point in time, and you'll say, you know what, if I don't do something, I'm going to die off. So unfortunately, we have to get to the point of about to be extinct.
They might not be working.
To get on point like that.
It might not be no more jobs for them because the hiring managers are non-FBA, and they like, nah, we're good. We're gonna hire.
And you know what they do, Ron? And you know what? They hire their people, and they don't care what you think about it. They don't care who you complain to. And HR doesn't do anything about them doing that. They hire their people, and people that are not their people, they don't allow. They might let you clean the bathroom, but you ain't never gonna be the manager. You ain't never gonna be the general manager, and you're never gonna work in the corporate office. So we have to learn the importance of self-preservation, and unfortunately, it has to come at witnessing the destruction of our people every day. So, I mean, our people will get tired of getting disrespected and not having no respect in the earth. And at some point in time, they're going to respect themselves and say, don't want your daughters. Your sons can't marry my daughters. And we have our own community. We don't mind living in peace with you, but we have spaces that you cannot come in anymore. And that's what it's going to take, Ron.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know, because I seen it almost happen. Like I said, when I was with the Nation of Islam, I seen how it was, and if you ain't experienced it, you know, a lot of people didn't experience stuff like that. So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to fathom as a reality.
Hey, Ron, I've been teaching karate for the Nation of Islam in Leimert Park for like 5 years, and I didn't even realize that's who I was teaching karate for. Because the guy who started the Black Karate Federation, Sijo Muhammad, is a member of the Nation of Islam, and all of my BKF students in Leimert Park, they're all Muslims. Yeah, Jihad, Julebi, right. So I actually have been teaching karate for the Nation of Islam for like 5 years when I was a member of the Black Karate Federation. I just didn't realize it because we have people in the BKF that are not Muslims.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting.
In Leimert Park. Yeah, I taught for about 5 years.
Yeah, I'm saying like that. That's the way. Without the religious
I was going to say
dogma.
Peace and foundational Black Power family.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Foundational Black Power family.
Yes, sir. Peace, foundational
Black
Power
family. I gotta go, y'all. Pray for me because I shout out to my man Psycho, but I crashed out so bad on his panel last night, bro. When I tell you, I was just
that weird. Oh yeah.
As the advocate.
Hey, bro.
That's my brother, but I had to go in on. I had to go in on Africa on it. I really did, Ron. And it was so bad. They was crying in the chat.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing, though, man. Like, I've been over there. Listen, I've been to all those platforms, man. I spoke to those guys directly. Those guys, not just them, but guys like them ain't shit. Like, they don't stand on nothing solid. So I not surprised. Like, I don't see them as solid people. They already showed me they ain't shit. Like they're clowning around the internet. That's all they do. Ain't nothing over there, man.
Yeah, they got to gatekeep and try to keep Pan-Africanism alive because it's on life support right now, and it's they about to have to pull the plug on it in a minute. But one thing I will give
not if we keep supporting them, though. Not if we keep supporting them. They ain't got to pull no. Yeah, they ain't got to pull no plug if we keep supporting them. And not just you. I'm saying I see other folks.
But I gotta give Psycho some credit. When the Edomites came on the platform, even though he don't believe in the Bible, he said, "Swarthy, going to read the judgment to him." Because Sarnetta let what's that lady named Jane Elliott? Sarnetta and Nepal
Yeah.
let Jane Elliott walk them like dogs on their platform.
Wait, hold on. Well, hold on. Just back up. See now I gotta say, that's the Pan-African angle. The Pan-African angle is the white man, white. Nah, that ain't my angle. My angle is right, wrong, and what's old and what needs to be done. You dig? So yeah, when you do the race thing,
I
now
don't
just hear me
disagree
out.
with that, Ron. I
I
don't
got it.
disagree with that. But what I'm
Let me
saying
just
is,
land. Let me
he
just land real
allowed Jay
fast.
Elliott to come on his platform and tell black people over and over, "You don't deserve reparations." And I thought that was cowardly for somebody that's supposed to be pro-black.
They ain't giving no pushback.
Ron, she walked them like Yorkie Terriers fresh out of Petco, papers and all, vaccines and all. I'm talking about she kept telling black people, "Oh, just forget about it, just forget about it." So see, Sarnetta and Nepal wouldn't even check her. And see, if Sarnetta be saying he our brother, but he would not have let the Hebrews come up there and read Jane Elliott the judgment, he wouldn't have did it. He would have put me in the back chat, muted me, blocked us all at them Hebrews and that book. But one thing I will give Psycho, he doesn't let the other groups of people come up and disrespect us. But I seen Sarnetta let Jay Elliott walk him and Nepal like dogs.
Listen, what I'm saying is I don't look. That's what I'm saying back on the color thing. When somebody is repeating all the talking points of Jane Elliott, and just because they're dark, to me, I see them just as dangerous as Jane Elliott. I don't make a distinction. They're the same to me. That's why I don't get caught up on the color.
Our people don't think she's dangerous. Our people don't think she's dangerous. Thank you for acknowledging that.
What anybody who say something about reparations is negative, they're definitely dangerous.
Ron, they kept asking her, Ron, and she kept telling them over and over, "Oh, they don't deserve it. Oh, they don't need it. Oh, they don't this, and they don't that." And then Jane Elliott being in these videos trying to encourage white people, "Oh, you got to procreate with black people or you're not going to exist no more." But if you really loved black people, you would be okay with us getting away from you and being about our own families. And that's what I'm saying. It's epigenetical entitlement that these people think they have over us, where they still try to find ways to keep us as they servants, bro. And I lost all respect for Sarnetta when he let Jane Elliott walk him and Nepal with all the shit they talk on YouTube. She walked them like dogs. Should have put some water in their dishes.
I didn't see that. Is that still public, that video?
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna clip it, and I'm gonna send you the timestamp for sure. I'm gonna look for it today. But I remember it vividly, Ron.
I'll play it.
They let Jane Elliott come up there and tell black people over and over and over, "You don't need reparations."
Yeah, I got to see that. Yeah, I got to see that. Yeah, man. But you're gonna see that this vision that you have, all these folks that people call brothers, they're tied to religion. All right, and if that religion ain't big enough, if Africa's not tied to that, they're gonna dismiss that. They're gonna say, nah. How is Africa gonna benefit? And when you can't articulate that, that's when you're gonna get that pushback constantly.
It's not going to benefit. I'm not looking for it to benefit. And based on the chain of events of disrespect that we've endured for hundreds of years, my focus now is going to be on the foundation of Black Americans, whether they're practicing Israelites or not. Like, I still even got love for the FBAs that don't believe what I believe, because at the very least, shout out to Street Media TV and Tariq Nasheed, we acknowledge and we're addressing the disrespect. And that's what it's about. It's not about, oh, Tariq made up the word. No, I commend him on challenging the disrespect, because Pan-Africanism will teach you to allow them to walk all over you, say what they want to say to you, culturally delineate from you, and you still got to let them in your spaces. They don't check nobody over there. So I got to commend all the brothers that do.
Yeah, and always remember this. Even though people don't believe how you believe, the fact that you're of the same lineage, they consider you're one of them, so they'll support you. So like, they're not going to say, "Oh, he's into that. I'm not, therefore I'm not going to support him." They're going to say, "Oh, he believes in that. That's okay. He's one of us still, in spite of that," and they'll support you.
I'm for the Black atheist that acknowledges their foundational Black American lineage. I'm for the Israelites who do. I'm for the Muslims that do. I'm for the Christians that do. I'm for those groups of people that acknowledge their heritage, even if we have a different school of thought. And I'm advocating for them daily. And I'll lose sleep over the research. I'll join the reparations task force team in San Francisco if I have to. I will fight for them with every inch of fight that I got left inside of me. And they ain't got to be practicing Hebrews. If they acknowledge the foundational Black American lineage, I am going to fight for them.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I think we on one accord with that one.
Hey, Shalom, Ram, you've been out here expanding. I can remember when you first started this channel. You done expanded out here.
Yeah, thanks for the lineage. Yeah, it's a familiar energy. It's a glow. It's the FBA glow.
Right, and shout out to Lex Vortex, man, out here in these streets, squabbling up for the foundational Black Americans on these YouTubes, streets in a very intellectual and scholarly way, man. Shout out to Lex.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you, brother. I'm gonna continue. I got the other video to play also. So let me finish this one. Then I'm gonna play the other one.
I'm gonna jump back in the chat and watch the
All
video.
right, I appreciate you, bro.
Brother, go ahead.
Shalom.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, when they see cats, because Death Row was popping at the time, Murder Inc. was popping at the time, Jay Prince had it cracking down south. So they're like, oh, no, y'all not going to do that now. Oh, y'all not going to do that. Man. So yeah, man, anytime we start doing some stuff and getting some things popping, boy, they try to get in front of that. Or they try to get in front of that big time. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Everybody raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get everybody in here. Let me get the family in here. Oh yeah, just like Michael with Sony, right? Somebody brought up a good point, just like our good brother Michael, and I always bring up the Michael story. Our good brother, when Michael got all that publishing, what they do to our brother Michael, the minute Michael went and got that publishing and made that big deal with Sony, went over everybody's head, went straight to the Japanese and did that deal with Sony, all of a sudden they start calling our brother Wacko Jacko. They start going in and all, denigrating our brother, putting all them bogus charges on our brother. And then ultimately what happened? They sent a tether to go and unalive our brother Michael.
Yeah, that's crazy. And now I'm gonna say, listen, we gotta stop backdooring ourselves too. You dig? You become that powerful, you got things shaking, don't backdoor yourself. Don't line yourself up. Okay. Michael Jackson with those damn kids, man, those damn white kids. You dig? You know, he gave them the space and opportunity to line them up using the kids. Especially, you know, he's openly laying in the same bed with them. Like, dude, it's over. Like, Michael was lined up like how Shannon Sharp was lined up. Oh, you're gonna choke me and do what else, you big black ape? What else are you gonna do to me? No, choking, I ain't gonna be able to breathe. I will pass out and you can just take advantage of me. You sure you want to do that? Recording everything. So Michael Jackson, same way, like he's over here, the little white kids, white families. The real dad was going through a custody battle. The stepdad had him. You dig? So like there's no gain to blame the stepdad, but you know, mess with your child. So you like, oh, Michael over there? Oh shit. Hell yeah. So that was like an alley-oop. That was a gift wrap present. Yeah. So we gotta be more mindful. Stop putting ourselves in predicaments to get lined up. Shannon Sharp on that phone call was embarrassing. Michael Jackson in the bed with the kids. They do. Ain't got time for that. You dig?
Don't ever forget that, family. They sent the person who did the dirty work, that Conrad Murray, a damn Caribbean tether, went and unalived our brother. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget it was a tether who did it. Then he went to prison. How many years did Conrad Murray go to prison? Oh, that's why I'm hell on Tethers. So I've been watching some of this. I've been watching some of this little slick shit that Tethers have been doing for a long time, man. Yeah, they gave him like 2 years. I've been watching these Tethers, putting 2 and 2 together. Seeing a lot of funny style shit has been coming from Tethers. You see? Seeing a lot of funny style shit coming from them. That's why this delineation movement is popping the way it's popping. This is a reaction. You understand? This is a reaction to the tethering that's going on. We've said enough is enough. You know, we really got on track with this around 2018, 2019. That's when we really started getting the language together. Y'all remember around
1 second. And yo, the way Michael Jackson finessed Paul McCartney was crazy. Paul McCartney is one that gained Michael Jackson on catalogs and all of the importance of that. Michael listening like, word? That's it. I mean, like, this is a factual story, family. So Paul McCartney was bragging to Mike about catalogs and, oh, you ain't got a catalog? And like, what's a catalog? Oh, you dumb. All right, well, just tell me what it is. Maybe I'm not dumb. Oh, well, it's a catalog and this and that, and you control this much and that much and this much. And Michael like, tell me more with this big grin. Yeah, so, and that's all I got to say on catalogs. Mike, this is a fact, fam. This is a quote. Michael Jackson told him, oh, well, I'm going to buy your catalog. He started laughing like, yeah, all right. Shit. Breaking news. Michael Jackson buys the Beatles Paul McCartney catalog. That's exactly how that thing went. Don't disrespect Michael.
2019, there was that TV show on CBS, Bob Hart's Abasola. Y'all remember that show? I think the show ran for like 5 years. Y'all remember that show? Around the same time the delineation movement really started to gain steam. You know, they were still putting out shows at Bob Hart Abasola, whatever that was, where they were on this sitcom taking shots at us, at us, our lineage. Now, this Bob Loves Abasola is about a white man dating this African immigrant woman. And on this show, and one of the writers and the creators of this show was a Nigerian stud. She was a stud comedian who's one of the writers and creators of that show. So this show, I saw, there were like little clips that we would see where they would be talking about black Americans like baby mamas the black Americans are baby mamas. You on TV saying all this weird shit about us. I said, hell no. What the hell? No, these people got real comfortable. Yeah, CBS promoted that bullshit. Yeah, that crap. Yeah, a lot of folks don't know it lasted that long. Who was watching that? But yeah,
and where was the Pan-Africans to call that out? Total silent, man. We already know what it is. Pure jealousy and envy.
Never forget that. They were on there talking about black Americans are baby mamas and all this shit and stay away from the black. Man, I'm like, fuck these Tethers. That's what I'm on. I'm like, man, if it's up then. Yeah, she's a British Nigerian. She's a stud. Yeah, man. So these folks have been doing a lot of little weirdo shit for a minute, man. Yeah, they've been doing a lot of weird shit for a minute that we've just been overlooking, and it just got to the point, and they ain't overlooking nothing no more. It's up. Yeah, it's up at this point. Damn that. I ain't about to be disrespected by no fucking foreigners. I ain't about to just constantly be disrespected. Fuck that. So yeah, it's up now. It's up. There you go. It's up and it's stuck. And I don't want to hear none of that. Hey, brother, we out there. I don't want to hear shit. It's up and stuck right now. That's what it is. It's up now. I ain't playing no games with Tethers. I have zero tolerance, zero disrespect. Yeah, that's what. But Timmy, you used to be so cool. Yeah, I used to be. Yeah. I used to do a lot of shit, nigga. I used to eat beef back in the 90s. I don't eat it no more, nigga. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that whole used to be something. When these folks claim to worship Malcolm X, Malcolm X used to be a, but it's okay, right? Because he changed it. So stop. What I was trying to tell the brother Swarthy is that, bro, you're in those Pan-African circles, man. They got no love for you, my guy. No love. If you're not one of them, they don't see you as one of them, and they'll never respect you as one of them. Okay. I had those clowns call over here. I called over there, just try to have a conversation, no debate, and they would not allow it. They would not allow it to be a conversation. They talked over me. They yelled. They screamed like cowards. A bunch of weird guys. Okay, so I said, all right, I'm good. At least like that channel, I'm good. I'm good.
It's up now. There's a whole different vibe now, nigga. You better not disrespect no foundational Black American around me. You better not fix your mouth to say shit at all. Yeah, that's what I'm on. Full damn stop. It's gonna be respect. I refuse to let foundational Black Americans be disrespected anymore. That shit's going on way too damn long. Way too long. You know, and folks sit up there letting it happen, and all these folks on this Pan-African thing, they sit up and let the Tethers disrespect foundational Black Americans, but when we say something back, then the reprimand is on us. Oh, don't be talking about them African now. You can't be denigrating them. You don't talk about them African now. You leave the Africans alone. You didn't hear all the shit that they just did? You didn't see that? You didn't say nothing? No, nigga. We're not doing that. We ain't gonna just be a punching bag for Tethers. Fuck out of here. And we can't say nothing so we can have a fake unity, which is really you getting your bag, as these Pan-Africans over here getting bags from some little janky deal they got going. So they want to reprimand us so they can keep their little bag going. Man, damn all that. I don't want no bag from these folks. I don't give a damn. I don't have no little janky deals over there. So they can kiss my ass if you disrespect. Yeah, I don't want no little janky deals. Yeah. Man. You don't ever let nobody disrespect your lineage. That brings bad energy to you, family. Letting people not only disrespect people from your lineage, they're disrespecting your ancestors too. And I'm a historian. As a historian, I know so much about our history. I know so much of what we've done to help so many people. My family's roots are so deep on this land from the very beginning. You don't let nobody disrespect and denigrate your family, your ancestry, your lineage. You're supposed to be gatekeepers. That's disrespectful to their spirit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck about no little janky deal. Respect of our lineage and ancestors is very important. They sacrificed for us. Our foundational Black American families, these people sat here, built whole towns out the ground while fighting Jim Crow. Some of them had to live in maroon camps in swamps to stay safe so that they can survive for our future. These people sat up here and made meals and created cuisine so that we could get sustenance. These people fought hunting dogs and lynch mobs and sacrificed for us. They sat up here and did boycotts and carpool with each other for us. I'd be damned if I let a musty tether disrespect those people. You understand? You don't get to do that. Nobody gets the luxury to come over here and do no shit like that. You understand? We're going to have to put more respect on our family.
Hey, yo, the thumbnail is funny as hell. Like the straight agent, yo. The thumbnail. Oh my God, the thumbnail is hilarious, yo. Cosplaying is real.
To not let that happen. I refuse. That's my personal thing. That's why I'm hell on Tethers. You understand? I can't let my folks, because again, my people are from Alabama, the heart of the civil rights movement. I was over there at the boys club over there by the 16th Street Baptist Church where the girls were blown up in the 60s. All of that, I grew up around all of that. A.G. Gaston, I went to his boys club, all of that stuff. So that's real personal to me. I don't take no disrespect for that. I don't allow that. My ancestors would punish me if I allowed that. And that's what's happening. Now that we've honored our ancestors, things are great for us. Now that we start honoring our ancestors by protecting their lineage and protecting their legacy, by making people respect it, the energy is great for us now. It's better energy. And the people who try to exploit and denigrate, look at what happens to all the people who try to do little janky stuff against our lineage. At this point, now that we're on lineage code, anybody who comes against us, they fall off. How's Fat Joe doing lately? Is he good? How's Busta Rhymes? How's he doing? How's Charlie Kirk doing? How's Ghana doing?
Yeah, what they call it, ABK, anti-black karma. Yo, y'all acronyms be hilarious. My man said he called it ABK, anti-black karma. I was hollering yesterday.
I don't want to go there, but I'm going to touch on it a little bit. You see what happened to Ghana? There was a massive flood in Ghana.
Yeah, I gotta YouTube that. Let me see. I come right back. I gotta see this flood. I keep hearing about it. I gotta see it. Damn, this it right here?
Ghana, March 30th, 2026.
And right after, damn, this is like the same day of the reparation hijack attempt. Damn. That's looking like what's that? Makoko in Nigeria, and there's also a floating slump in India. That's what it look like now. They got a Ghanaian Makoko.
Heavy overnight rains swept across the greater Accra region on Sunday, March 29th, triggering flash floods that displaced families, forced the rescue of 14 children by the Ghana Navy, and brought Palm Sunday trading to a standstill across the capital. The downpour began around 3:30 a.m. and continued into the morning, in line with forecasts from the Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET. Nima and Alaho were among the areas worst affected in Accra, with floodwaters causing disruptions to traffic and daily activities. This is not a story about rain. Ghana has always had rain. This is a story about what we have done with the land that rain is supposed to fall on, and what 11 years of political inaction have cost us.
Damn, political inaction.
The crisis was most severe in Tema. Widespread flooding hit parts of Tema Manhaean, with low-lying waterland in Tema Newtown particularly hard hit. Homes were inundated, streets became impassable, and several families were forced to flee as floodwaters entered their living spaces. Many residents were trapped in their homes as the water surged. while others struggled to salvage belongings before seeking safety. Personnel from the Ghana Navy, supported by local volunteers, launched rescue operations in the affected communities, recovering 14 children from floodwaters. A 4-day-old baby who was nearly swept away by the floodwaters was rescued by community members and is reported to be in good condition. The assembly member for the Oninku electoral area, Felix Mensah Normeshia, attributed the scale of the flooding to a major drain in the community that had been blocked, saying the situation was difficult. A Waterland resident, Eric Ajite, recounted being jolted from sleep by gushing water and rushing out to avoid being trapped as levels rose rapidly. For traders across the capital, what was anticipated to be a busy pre-Easter Sunday was lost before it began. In commercial hubs including Kaneshi, Dansoman, Mallam Junction, and Accra Central, waterlogging made it impossible for small-scale vendors to set up their stalls. Businesses in Nima and Kwame Nkrumah Circle arrived to find their shops flooded.
They ain't got no dashikis on. They got kente cloth. They got a lot of Islamic garments.
Spending the day salvaging inventory rather than making sales. The Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, confirmed that the rainstorm caused significant disruptions to the power grid across.
Oh, stop it. They go out. Man, that ECG, that bullshit electric company in Ghana, ECG, that bullshit company, they'd be out of electricity all throughout the day, man. On and on, on and on, on and off. ECG ain't nothing, man.
Parts of Accra, with engineers working to restore supply. Customers were advised to contact ECG's customer care lines. The outage compounded losses for food vendors, caterers, and operators who rely on electricity.
Hey, yo, that look like the Fred Flintstone car right there, yo. Yeah, that look like that move would just that thing only move with feet, fast feet. If you ain't got fast feet, that thing is not moving. That is a Barney Rubble car right there. I'm not lying. You know, there's no floor. Your feet goes through it, and you just, 4 people get in there and they just run. Damn, that car is a Fred Flintstone car. That's crazy.
To power refrigerators and preparation equipment, with perishable stock spoiling across the.
Yeah, did I say revenue? Hold on.
Food vendors, caterers, and operators who rely on electricity to power refrigerators and preparation equipment, with
Yo, how did revenue? Revenue. You ain't got him, my guy? Yeah, that says revenue. Wow.
Perishable stock spoiling across the city. GMET issued a flash flood alert on Sunday morning, warning that the rainfall was expected to spread across most parts of Ghana, with urban centers carrying poor drainage systems at particular risk of overwhelmed waterways and flooded roads. GMET reported that the downpour was linked to a rainstorm previously located south of Benin, which moved westwards, bringing cloudiness, thunderstorms, and rain of varying intensities across coastal areas and parts of the middle sector. No fatalities had been officially reported as of the time of publication. Authorities have advised residents to exercise caution as rainfall continues in some areas and the Navy continues to monitor affected communities. The flooding comes weeks after GMET forecast above normal rainfall for Accra, Tema, and several east.
I thought he was going to say the flood came right after they hijacked the hijacked attempt of reparations.
Coast communities between April and June 2026, raising early warnings of a difficult rainy season ahead. Urban residents were warned against dumping refuse into drainage systems.
I knew it. I didn't want to jump to conclusion. When they said drainage problems, I promise you, I automatically thought they just littering everywhere. That's what usually happens with cities, neighborhoods with drainage systems. You clog them up with garbage and debris and litter, and you're going to have this problem. I knew it. I knew they were doing that.
Agency calling on communities to clear gutters ahead of peak rainfall periods. The national conversation about flooding in Ghana orbits one idea: choked gutters. Desilting exercise here, task force there. And yes, the gutters are choked. But a choked gutter is a symptom. The problem is that we have built Accra against its own geography. Floodplains that once absorbed rainfall are now concrete neighborhoods. The Korlu Lagoon, the Densu Delta, and the Sakumo wetlands, natural buffers that took thousands of years to form, have been steadily encroached upon, built over, or turned into dumping sites.
What? Look, y'all heard it. The areas where rain was, water would prevent floods, they made it dumping sites, clogging it. And that's it. They said those were natural drainage systems, but they made it a dumping site. They clogged their natural drainage system up. What you think gonna happen the first, flood flash?
When rain falls on concrete where a wetland used to be, the water does not disappear. It moves into your living room, your shop, your child's school. March is the beginning of the minor rainy season in southern Ghana, typically a light warm-up before the heavy rains of May through July. The fact that a single pre-season shower...
Yeah, they call this a light warm-up. Wow.
March is the beginning of the minor rainy season in...
Y'all still want to leave America and go to the promised land? Okay.
Southern Ghana, typically a light warm-up before the heavy rains of May through July. The fact that a single pre-season shower was enough to submerge major urban communities tells us something chilling. The threshold for catastrophic flooding in Accra is now so low that any significant rainfall qualifies. We have engineered ourselves into permanent vulnerability.
Damn, permanent. All rainfalls. And they said some major stuff May through July is going to come through there. Wow, that's crazy, man. Damn, I hope they get that right. They're going to be in deep trouble.
What 11 years of failure actually mean? Here is what a geographer
11 years of failure
sees when they look at the flood map of Ghana since 2015, a country that has normalized crisis.
A country that normalized crisis.
Rainy season, the same communities flood. Every rainy season, the same officials express shock. And every dry season...
Wait, what? Yeah, he ain't say that. He's trolling. He said every season there's a major flood, and every season they pretend they're shocked. Okay, yeah, he's trolling.
You're actually mean. Here is what a geographer sees when they look at the flood map of Ghana since 2015, a country that has normalized crisis.
Damn.
Every rainy season, the same communities flood. Every rainy season, the same officials express shock.
You see that? They said they're used to it and they still acting like they're shocked. That's crazy. Yeah, he's trolling.
And every dry season, the same land that flooded gets rebuilt upon, because the people living there have nowhere else to go, and no policy framework protecting them from themselves or from the system that put them there.
No policy framework to protect them from themselves.
Ghana does not lack flood data. The National Disaster Management Organization has records. GMET has models. Researchers have published risk maps. What Ghana lacks is the political will to act on any of it before cameras arrive at a flooded street.
He ain't just say that. He said these guys are showing out for the camera. Wow.
GMET has models. Researchers have published risk maps. What Ghana lacks is the political will to act on any of it before cameras arrive at a flooded street. 3 things must happen, not eventually, but now.
Wow.
First, flood risk zoning must have legal teeth. Knowing which areas are high risk means nothing if permits are still issued in those same areas for a fee.
So they're charging people permits to set up shop in dangerous flood zones.
Second, transboundary water governance must become a foreign policy priority. Ghana cannot keep being surprised by dam spillages from upstream neighbors. Third, urban wetlands must be classified as protected critical infrastructure. Ghana cannot keep
Y'all see that Fred Flintstone car moving fast? Yo, those feet were
being
going,
surprised by dam spillages from upstream neighbors. Third,
Yeah, they moving them feet fast as hell. Look how fast that thing going.
urban wetlands must be classified
They probably track runners.
as protected critical infrastructure, not available for development, regardless of who owns the land title. This is Palm.
Oh, he said some of this stuff should be restricted. Nobody should be building on it. Yeah, I mean, what can you say to this? They have the solution, that they know the dangers, they know the risk, and they are building upon places where they shouldn't be. These are flood zones. Like these places should be natural. They're natural drainage sites. And you build concrete on them. He just told you the water don't go nowhere.
Sunday. In Christian critical infrastructure, not available for development, regardless of who owns the land title. This is Palm Sunday. In Christian tradition, it marks the beginning of the most consequential week of the year. A week that moves from celebration to crisis to eventually transformation. Ghana has been in the crisis part of that cycle for 11 years. The transformation is overdue.
11 years of just negligence. That's crazy. Yo. Unwilling to solve this. 11 years.
The water is telling us. The question is whether anyone in power is listening.
They're not invested in their own country, yo. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna finish the video, Tariq video. But I gotta see the comments on that. What y'all think about that? They don't want to invest in their own. You see the chat. They don't want to invest in their own kind. 11 years of negligence, yo. Wow, crazy. Hey, where the damn chat at, man? So with all this. Invest in their own kind. 11 years. 11 years, yeah. Hey, Lavetta Fitz. Peace to you, Oh, wait. Lavetta Fitz, hold on. Let me give you a wrench. Let me give you a lineage lynch. You said you're with the family, right? All right, so let me give you a lineage wrench. Come on, shit. I can't stand this new hold on. Let me give Lavetta a lineage wrench. Let me go ahead and change my channel because this one is not FBA. This is Unbiased Ron. So I gotta switch it to FBA News and Updates to, give wrenches. The link is pinned if anybody want to come on and say a few words and then drop down. And then you want to shout out the lineage, you dig, talk about what you got going on or anything in the news or anything you want to tell me or want to ask me, the wrenches out there. Okay. So hold on. All right. So I'm here. Let me give Lavetta. Anybody else who's FBA who's new and don't have a wrench, let me know so I can give you your lineage wrench. We got a super chat in the building. Kiel Bonner, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Ron, did you hear about what Ghana's doing with Juneteenth, charging $4K to go to Ghana to experience Juneteenth? Yes, wow. I don't know if they're gonna do that now or these damn floods. Ain't that some stuff that you pay 4K and they postpone it to next year? Yeah, but that's wild though. Literally tethering. And yo, Pan Africans are silent. Yo, listen, man. Here's the thing. Pan Africans complain about other people going to Africa to take his resources, to poach on their resources. Meanwhile, these Pan Africans they treat Black American culture and identity like the way poachers treat Africa. Just take, and leave. So I think that's very hypocritical. Where is Lavetta? There you go. Okay, Lavetta. I'm gonna give to power. Japat. I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. Again, anybody else who's new here that don't have a lineage wrench, let me know. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. So you can. Where's the Flintstones? Yo, you are funny. Let me give you a everyday Tesla. Yeah, that's wild. Yo, they disrespecting the people, but they talking about unity. They can't even respect each other. Okay, I didn't see the super chat by Japad Truth to Power 1999. Thank you very much. 1999 super chat. Let me see anything else. All right, let's get back to the video, the Tariq video, and then he has one more that says why we can't be deported. I didn't see that video. So if y'all didn't see it either, we're doing a watch party. That's what this is, a watch party with some commentary when necessary. You dig? Oh, damn. All right, whatever. All right, we're going to be hit with commercials because I'm not on the premium account. So forgive me. I can't keep switching over and over and over. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll switch. No, I can't. I got a lot of downloaded stuff under Unbiased Ron for like my kid for his iPad and stuff. So if I switch it to this one, it's gonna be a problem. I thought about doing it before. All right. Okay, that is my logo. You dig? That is a symbolic of Dr. King marching on Washington. You dig? The 50 stars, FBA, the ribbon below the FBA says Black Anti-Defamation Defense. We are representing BAD, all of us, BADD. You know how like Israeli kids, they automatically got to enlist in the army in other countries? Well, once you know your lineage ties yourself to U.S. chattel slavery, you are automatically representing BAD. You are a Black anti-defamation defender. You have to, it's your obligation and duty to defend the lineage from defamation and ridicule and all type of stuff. World Chatter says, thank you for a good live watch party of knowledge. Made my day. I appreciate that, man. That comments like that keep me motivated. All right, so let's see. Let's get back to where we were. I know where we were. We were at the 39-minute mark, 17 seconds to be exact. Sometimes my memory be spot on. Yeah, I'm not on a premium account, so get used to this for today. We were right about here. Not well at all. We just seen that. Yeah, well, we see right. We just seen. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Crazy. 19 Keys went over to Ghana to be a wholesaler of coffee beans mixed with mushrooms. And he's talking about building. All these clowns talk about building. Hey, man, listen, y'all need to go there and do some real. Now we see what's going on. Like, in all seriousness, you need to go over there and do some real building. Build them a drainage system. Spare them from these floods. Because from what we just heard, it's about to get worse. And it's getting worse every year because they keep building on top of former flood sites. So yeah, selling coffee beans as a wholesaler mixed with mushrooms, that don't impress us, my guy. Impress us by resolving that flood problem. You can impress us that way. Selling coffee beans and nobody buying. Because I went to his like website, like he had like some bullshit website. It actually shows, like, I don't know why he did this, but it actually shows who purchased. Like one or two people purchased some coffee beans. I'm sure they threw up right after they taste coffee beans mixed with mushrooms, and that's why the complaints are they taste like dirt. I mean, how you going to sell coffee beans that taste like dirt when coffee is sold mainly on its taste? How much sugar you got to put in there to get over the dirt taste? He's selling it like why him disclose that? Family, listen, it's gonna be different from your everyday cup of coffee. Don't worry about it because you're supporting to the Ghanaian ancestors, whatever. So, do your snakesman sell, but to not disclose that, bro, no, you're ruining your credibility, which he don't have now. He don't care. Listen, if I sold something that I thought was healthy for you, and I knew it was kind of misleading if I don't disclose the difference of the product, I'm a scammer. I'm not to be trusted because he knows that people are buying that out of support for him and they're coffee drinkers. So they want it to be kind of close to what they drink. But you got to explain, like, hey, fam, it's going to be like a little more gritty taste. So just bear with me. It's healthy. Do the whole lie. It cures Ebola, whatever. But to not say anything and let people drink one cup and spit it out on the floor to never mess with you again, is it really worth it, my guy? 1 or 2 sales per week, is it really? Let me get these. Let me get these tethers. Yeah, this dude is funny. He said, let me get these tethers out of here. Oh my God. A group chat with the red girl. Hey, yeah, you gotta stop, man. Oh my God. They on hold at the UN, yeah. Oh my God. Uh-oh. Man said, let me get this off. In a group call. With Red Cross. What do you say? Oh my God. Hey, hold on. Can you guys hear me? My God, I'm hollering. Let me the next video. The one I really want to see is this one. All right. I know I ain't make that dumb mistake. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, you know what? Where's that option? Oh boy. Oh, that was hilarious, y'all. I hope y'all heard that. All right, so I'm gonna play the second video and then we are out. The second video is about how we can't be deported. Yeah. All right. Now, next one I think is important because it goes with the theme of, it goes with the prompt. The prompt, right? The prompt is about birthright citizenship and Tethers response. There's nervousness to that. All right. So let's just do that and we are out, family. Unless we get some call-ins. If no call-ins, if no challenges, and then we are on to the next. Oh my God. That dude said, let me get these tethers out of here. They're on a group call with the Red Cross waiting for rice. Yo. My God, yo. That was hilarious. He said they on hold. They on hold. That you ain't got them on hold. Oh my God. The jokes is just hilarious. Let me share my screen. Let's get to the last video. If we don't get call-ins, then we're going to close out. Let's get to the, what the hell is that?
Subscribe.
If you look at, have y'all seen some of the videos coming out of Africa where them Asian dudes be over there slapping dudes? Have y'all seen some of them videos, man? Man, there's several videos like in Kenya and places like that, and where some of those Asian business owners be slapping dudes, slapping them African dudes. And we're like, hey, man, what's up? What y'all doing over there? And then they're trying to tell us, well, they slap you too, nigga. They be doing it to, the Asians do it to you FBAs. Let me tell you something. I'll give you $500 if you show me a video of a goddamn FBA getting slapped by an Asian. A man. Now, they might get off one on a sister. They might. I'll give you $500 if you show me a damn FBA man getting slapped by a damn Asian. Where they do that at? Nigga, where does that ever happen? Ever.
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Arrow, that endeavor is about to become.
Where does that ever happen?
Sorry, I'm not on a premium account. Because on a premium account, I can't wrench nobody up. You dig? So I got to go to FBA News Updates to wrench people up. The premium account is under Unbiased Ron. You dig?
Ever. I ain't never seen that. Ever. Never, ever, ever. They might get off on a sister. They might get off one on them. I ain't never see them do it to no FBA brother. Never. I don't know what you're talking about. Never. And another thing, though, they try to talk about, they try to rewrite history. You notice on some of these white supremacist websites, when they try to take little jabs at black people, they're like, yeah, we need those Korean rooftop store owners. There's like a little running joke where they use pictures from the LA riots in '92. They show these images of these Koreans that were standing on the roofs of their stores with rifles. So they always they're trying to rewrite history to make it seem like those Korean dudes on the roof were regulating. Where the hell my LA people? Man, y'all know good and well they weren't shooting at us. Now, they were going off, they were hitting Mexicans. They didn't fire one shot at no FBAs. I'm telling you firsthand. They didn't want them. Y'all know good and well they weren't bucking shots at no damn FBAs. Not one. Don't let these people lie to you. Them rooftop Koreans didn't. For the record, don't let nobody lie. I'm telling you what I've seen and what I fucking know because I was there. They didn't buck a shot at the brothers. Not one. They didn't want that damn smoke. I promise you they didn't. They didn't want them problems. They were bucking on the Mexicans, but not the brothers. Don't let nobody lie to you. Please don't let nobody lie to you. Yeah? Yeah, people try to get slick after 30, 40 years. They start trying to rewrite history, and they're not doing that. No. Yeah, that's one thing I give South Central LA that. Yeah, you ain't really running down on cats like that out there. Y'all remember during the whole Black Lives Matter riots and uprisings, when you had the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and all of that, and you know they like to test to see how far they can go. The Oath Keepers and all those little white supremacist groups start popping up because they started feeling like they got punked out because there was uprising and the streets was rising up around the country. So law enforcement was working with those guys. You know, law enforcement, some of those guys are clicked in with law enforcement. So y'all remember when they thought they were going to come out to South Central LA. Y'all remember that? The Oath Keepers and all these people and the Proud Boys, they thought that they were going to come out to LA and go do a protest at Maxine Waters' office. Her office is in the heart of South Central. It's in the heart of South Central. So they planned a little protest to come to South Central LA. Nigga. Man, they didn't even get to park their damn cars, dude. They got their ass whooped in traffic. They didn't even get to park. They got their ass whooped at traffic lights.
Yeah, did anybody see that video? I seen that video. Now, he's not lying, y'all. Yeah, he's not lying. Yeah, they must have went back to headquarters and they was like, yo, where you go? He was like, oh, y'all some fools. Like, yeah, that must have been like a one-off mention where they didn't go to headquarters for approval. Cause he's not lying, man. They didn't get to set nothing up. They got ran out the damn city. Straight L.
They were running them white supremacists down. When them brothers heard about that, niggas was out there waiting, circling the block. They didn't park good before they got their ass toe up. They got whooped all up and down Crenshaw. They got toe up. They didn't want that. All the people in the community pulled all the way up on them. They were getting beat at red lights, literally. They were catching them, they were looking for them flags, and man, they got ran down on. Yeah, Latasha Harlings. Yeah, we know about that. The Latasha Harlings thing. That was one of the reasons for the riots as well. And that's the store owner, Soon Jong-woo, whatever her name is. Yeah, the brothers, they burned that damn store down, by the way. They tore that store up. Yeah, they acquitted that Asian woman for shooting Latasha Harlings. And yeah, they went up there and got rid of that store. Yeah, Soon Jong-woo, whatever her name is, she had to leave. She had to get the hell on up out of there. Yeah. Man. Let me see. Let me get a couple of more folks up in here. All right, just a couple of more people, because we got some stuff to do, some more things to do with the kids. We went to the Space Museum out here. They got a beautiful Space Museum here. What are some other things to do in Houston, family? Some other sightseeing things? Yeah, the kids really enjoyed the Space Museum. They had a ball up there. We had a ball at the Space Museum out here in Houston. Let me see. Jay Will, let's get who we got. Who we got? Let's get Jay Will in here. Let's get Mr. Jay Will. What's up, Jay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jay. How you doing, Jay?
I'm good, brother. Hey, I'm in Houston, man. I'm actually from the city, brother.
Oh, cool.
Couple things. You might want to go, if you really want to get the real good food, you might want to go down to Alameda in 3rd Ward.
Alameda.
They got Alameda. They got a lot of good restaurants out there. Just ride down Alameda. You're gonna see all of them lined up. That's where the turkey leg hut used to be.
Okay. What's the best? What's some of the best black barbecue spots?
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and
what's some of the best black barbecue spots?
All right, family. I'm about to switch over to my premium channel. I ain't about to be doing that. I ain't about to be pressing the damn skip button. Hold on. Forgive me, but I am not going to be doing that. Hold on. The watch party shall go on, but I am not going to be sitting here pressing. Right, yeah. I am not going to be doing that. Playing that game. Hold on. Yeah, I ain't got time for that. The hell? All right. Let's share. Yeah, I ain't about to be doing that, family. Clicking that damn skip button. Y'all said I got tolerance. I do sometimes, but sometimes that tolerance go quick. And pressing that skip button, and I'm not built for that. That's why, thanks to your donations, I went and got a premium account. What's this? Okay. All right. So let's get back to where we were. It wasn't this one.
There was something.
It was this one. We were around here somewhere, right over here.
I mean,
oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah, that and seafood spots. Your seafood and barbecue spots on literally on every corner. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But just be careful out there because man, Houston is the capital of thick women. So it's a lot of good trouble out in these streets, brother. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, no, the food is great, man. I just want to say Houston gets a bad rap online with some of the stuff you see, but 9 times out of 10, that's Tethers doing that. That's not the people from Houston doing all their foolishness, bro. And I'll lay it right there.
There it is, man. Thank you. And you know what I'm noticing, nigga? Houston is baby Lagos. There's a lot of Nigerians. I've been seeing a lot of Nigerians out here. And I'm not saying good or bad. I'm not saying and some of the people are very cool. There's a lot of them out here. It's baby Lagos out here, nigga. It's Nigerians everywhere out here.
A lot of them niggas be scamming.
Well, what's up, Bill? How you doing, man?
What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Tariq.
Yeah.
I got a question. I came in a little late, so I don't know if y'all touched on this already. But tomorrow, Trump will be going to the Senate and talking about birthright.
Yes.
Now, I remember when the deportation stuff first kicked up a few months ago. A lot of tethers were saying, "Oh, y'all next. Y'all ain't safe." And even some ignorant FBAs was following behind that sentiment. We always echoed and knew that wasn't the case.
Right.
But what are you expecting then? Are you gonna give a special broadcast tomorrow following that?
Well, yeah, I'm out here in Houston, so I'm gonna be out and about. But I'm going to be listening in. Thank you. I'm definitely going to be listening in because that's very important. And yeah, that whole thing. Let me tell you something, because a lot of these people got wishful thinking, talking about we gonna get deported. Family. Oh yeah, Trillburger. Yeah, I gotta try Trillburger, by the way. I gotta try it because I've been seeing Trillburger, so I want to try it. But what my brother just talked about, I want y'all to understand something. We as foundational Black Americans, we're not going to get deported. Do y'all? The Tethers really hate that. They really hate the fact that we can't and will not be deported. For several reasons. Well, we're the reasons for the 14th Amendment. You cannot deport the people who literally define what American citizenship is. That's what this hearing is about. That's what they've been saying. 14th Amendment was meant for the descendants of slaves, the descendants of freedmen, foundational Black Americans. That's one of the reasons why they really hate us delineating, because our delineation is recognized.
Right. That's a great point. That's a great point. This is for the what they call them, the babies of the ex-slaved. You dig? Like that says something. That is a delineating term. That's telling you no immigrants at all. Like you either are from an enslaved parent or you're not from this country. Yep.
There's a Supreme Court hearing on it. It's about our delineation and these laws specifically for our lineage group. You see? And we're standing on that.
I had an op agent calling here by the name of Linda. Bebe, she go by. And she was like, "Oh, I don't vote with Trump. He's racist." So I'm just look, y'all tell me something. I'm interested to know how you, what I mean, what information you got. So I was like, yeah. So what makes you, I'm just asking, like, what makes you think he's a racist? And she couldn't point to nothing. Oh, nah, she said some dumb shit. Oh, because he's a womanizer, something like that. I'm like, wait a minute. But wouldn't that mean he's a womanizer? Like, that don't mean he's a, oh, Epstein, yeah, okay, yeah, PDF, allegedly. But I'm just saying, like, but you said racist though. Like, what information you got on that? I'm just open to hear it. Whatever she said, I was gonna just accept it. But I just want to know what would she say? I kind of called her bluff, and she really had nothing. I'm like, okay, all right, you one of them.
This was established, this 14th Amendment was to recognize us, specifically after the Civil War. You can't revoke FBA citizenship. That means you got to tear up the 14th Amendment. So if you do that, the whole legal concept of who's an American, that just collapses. And we, like I said the other day, we are America's global soft power. America don't rule the world with just guns and tanks. You rule it with culture. Who creates the culture? We do. You understand? Foundational Black American culture is American pop culture. The music, the slang, the style, the sports dominance, that's our South power being exported globally. Saturday Night Live, they just did a skit where it was a white guy. He was like supposed to be playing a skit of a social media influencer, and he kept using a bunch of online slang. And the joke was, well, basically, all of that slang is basically Black American slang, which is true. They know it. When you look at culture here on TikTok, culture on Twitter, what do people do, family, on it?
And yeah, those who are my regular supporters, didn't I just play a video on that? How they said slang is taking shape with the Gen Z, something like that. I just played that video. They said Black American culture. It was going over the slang.
Instagram, what do people do on these social media sites? All they do is sit up here and act like foundational Black Americans. They do voiceovers as us. They're doing dances as us. They're using slang as us. They're just literally copying us. They're not copying Jamaicans. They're not copying Haitians. They're not copying Ugandans. They're not copying Ghanaians. They're not copying anybody, Afro-Latinos, nothing. They're copying foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen. That's all social media is. And again, we are the moral counterbalance of the United States. That's the reason why the U.S. can go around the world acting like the global police, preaching about democracy and human rights. That's because of our civil rights struggle. It's our fight. We fought to hold this country to what the Constitution is supposed to mean. That gives America the moral authority on the world stage. Without foundational Black Americans, the U.S. has no moral leg to stand on when they negotiate or critique other nations. That's why Jesse Jackson was important. That's why they would have to send Jesse Jackson to go get troops and get hostages all over the damn place. Remember? Not only Jesse Jackson, it was a lot of us going out here. We would always go out here negotiating and getting hostages from places. Remember in Iran in the 1970s and 79, when Iran got a whole bunch of American hostages, there was some workers over there, I think some military contractors who got hemmed up in Iran. What did Iran do? They let all the Black ones go. They let all the foundational Black American ones go.
Wow.
They had Muhammad Ali out here negotiating, getting hostages. Nigga, they had Dennis Rodman get some damn hostages from somewhere. Dennis Rodman. You know? You can't send no white person over nowhere to go get nobody.
That part
For
all.
real. For real, for real.
You send Tom Cruise, they're gonna throw him with the rest of them. You dig?
got to send us over there to do it. Over there in North Korea.
Damn sure ain't sending Bad Bunny either. They can't make a distinction from him and the white tee. They like it the same. You ain't sending Bad Bunny.
Yeah, with some hostages over there. Dennis Rodman went and got him. Come on now. Man. Also remember when the basketball stud was over there in Russia, they kept stopping FBAs from going over there to get her. There were several brothers who were trying to go. Dennis Rodman wanted to go get her. Roy Jones, because he's clicked in with the Russians over there. He's cool with them somehow. He said, hey, I can go get her. They were like, oh, no, don't go over there. They kept trying to stop us from going over there to get her ass because they wanted to put it on Biden. They needed it to be a political win for Biden. Yeah, Brittany Griner, yeah. They wanted it to be a political win for him. Yeah. So I didn't know that. Roy Jones has Russian citizenship. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, but Roy Jones was like, hell, I go get her. They were like, oh, no, don't get involved now. Oh, don't get involved. Okay, I didn't know he had citizenship over there. That's why, okay. Yeah. Several of us were saying we can go get that woman. Yeah? Man. Come on now. But listen, we're not going to get deported. The U.S. is not going to export our military genius, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know we fought in every single war on this soil, going back to the Revolutionary War? Family, they study some of the black maroons over here, how they got down. We had a military base set up in the Great Dismal Swamp that was never infiltrated, ladies and gentlemen. That was foundational black Americans. We set up a maroon colony in the Great Dismal Swamp of Virginia and North Carolina that lasted for centuries, that never got infiltrated. These folks study that shit to this damn day. They set up Blackwater over there in the damn swamp so they can study what we did. Look up what I just told you. I've talked about that many times. Blackwater, they changed the name to Academy, but they set up Blackwater over there at the Great Dismal Swamp, and they study what the black maroons did and how they survived. We gave them the blueprint. They studied the black folks in the Seminole War. That's what them Rambo movies was about. Rambo running around there with a red bandana. That's what the maroons would wear. Fighting in the swamp. The red bandana, that's the maroons. Yeah, they send Navy SEALs to the Great Dismal Swamp and drop them off and do training there. They train the damn Navy SEALs there in the Great Dismal Swamp. They study our military genius. Hell, even the military chant, is it the Buckworth chant, that sound off? Where my military cats at? I think it's the Buckworth chant, if I'm not mistaken. The sound off chant that they use in the military. That came from foundational black America. Duckworth, that's my bad. I said Buckworth, it's Duckworth. The Duckworth chant. Duckworth, that's a foundational black American. He's from the same place down in Georgia that Elijah Muhammad was from. Shout out to U.S. Army, shout out to my Army vets out there. Yeah, that chant that y'all do, that comes from y'all, family. That comes from the Duckworth chant. That's a foundational black American. That's y'all. That's you. That's you. That's you too. From Saundersville, right. Saundersville, Georgia. Come on, they're not going to let that go. Foundational black Americans, we got generations of highly specialized military, tactical, logistical knowledge. The red tails, come on, man. The U.S. government ain't stupid. You ain't about to take millions of highly trained, tactically brilliant, foundational black American men and women and exile them some damn where. You out your fucking mind. You do that, you're going to hand over a massive, highly trained army to your foreign adversaries? Never. That'll be geopolitical suicide. You try to exile us, millions of foundational black Americans. You think the global adversaries of the U.S., they'd be up here with open arms bringing us in. China, Russia, all these people. They would immediately offer asylum, resources, alliances. These people, they study us already. Yeah, the Buffalo Soldiers, come on. We all over the Buffalo Soldiers, come on. They ain't about to export that out to nobody. So we can give the game to other folks and they capitalize off of it. Come on, man. We're the people who built the infrastructure, the technology, the culture, from the patents that we've had. Modern medicine, engineering, the George Washington Carvers of the world and the healers. Man, we're the intellectual backbone here. You push us out, that's going to cause a brain drain. The music culture, the sports culture, you're going to get all of our athletes, really? You're going to send that overseas so we can get them popping? Never. Out of your damn mind. That ain't happening. You ain't about to send LeBron and all these people out. You ain't about to send Sha'Carri Richardson. You ain't about to send all these people no damn where. You ain't about to send nobody nowhere, all right? Let's stop it. Let's stop playing. Somebody say, wait, is it? Right. Yeah, it's a wrap. Family, we as foundational black Americans, we bring in trillions of dollars yearly. We spend trillions of dollars yearly. You think these folks are going to get rid of trillions of dollars? No, they're not. We are the Olympics, right? We are the sports franchises. We are the music industry. You think they're going to give those billion-dollar businesses up to other folks? That's why they were mad at Michael. Michael went over their heads. Remember, Michael said, fuck Tommy Mottola and these guys. Michael went overseas. They welcomed Michael with open arms. Let's go back to Michael Jackson for a minute. Michael Jackson would never have gotten that deal from these white supremacists over here. Never. But Michael was a very own cold brother. He went over there to the Sony. Sony is Japanese owned. He went to the heads of Sony. They welcomed Michael with open arms. They're like, Michael, anything you want, you got it. Them Japanese gave Michael the keys to the damn castle. Hell, you want all the publishing? It's yours. We love you, Michael. He went straight to Japan and they gave him the golden fucking goose. Them white supremacists so damn mad, that's why they went in on him. That's why they had to get rid of him. That's what I'm saying. These folks will be glad to do good business with us. Yeah, they'll welcome us with open arms. Shit. Don't get it twisted. They ain't about to deport shit. Now, Umduge, you're going to get deported, because, yeah, I'm not trying to be mean, but Umduge, you ain't really bringing nothing to the table. So, not being mean, Umduge, but yeah, there's nothing to deport you. You didn't really have anything going on where you came from. So, yeah, yeah. So they'll deport you. You do it, nigga. No, they're not gonna deport me. I got value, nigga. No, I ain't trying to be mean, but no, nigga. Yeah, you ain't gonna be missed. All right, we'll be missed, not you. So don't try to sit up there and tell me we gonna get deported too. No, nigga, we bring something way different to the table. All right, we bring something way different to the damn table. You know? No disrespect. And some of y'all are good people. I'm not saying you're not good people, but come on. No, it's a little different. Hell yeah, Michael was an industry to himself. A lot of us are. Man, we are, hell, Beyonce is a $1 billion industry. That's a one-woman corporation. Anybody deporting that? The hell you talking about? We go out here, generate all types of money with our talent. The hell you talking about? Our brother Kendrick, Kendrick Lamar, he's doing sold out global tours around the world. Man, we generate all types of money. Our music, sports, innovations. I'm up here, we went to the Space Museum looking at some of those NASA spaceships. Remember, they were talking about, they got a lot of displays of them going to the moon and all of that. Family, they could not have gone to the moon. It was foundational Black American women who were the ones calculating all of that. That's what that movie Hidden Figures was about. Which it's very ironic they used the name Hidden Figures, by the way. That's a hell of a coincidence. But yeah, that was foundational Black American women coming up with those damn space calculations. They calculated the goddamn moon landing. Yeah? Come on. Nobody giving that up. You ain't about to deport that. Y'all better recognize. Man. Real talk, this was before all of these advanced computers. Yeah? This was before advanced computers. Man. We got to understand the game out here. There was a brother in slavery who was considered a human calculator. Forgot what that brother's name was. I think he was in Virginia. I forgot that name. I forgot what that brother's name was. But yeah, we've had all types of innovations for years. Where I'm from here. Let me see who's in. Y'all raise your hand. We got a lot of folks in here. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all hop on in here. Yeah, there was a brother in slavery. I forgot what that brother's name was, but this brother, he was an enslaved brother. God, I forgot where he was from. But this brother he knew all of these complex numbers. And they would do all these tests with this brother. And he knew all of these complex.
We got a call in. Hold on. Who goes there? Somebody's calling in. They want to join and lie. We did the big L. Good. Okay, now did the big K and little K. Good job. All right, let's see. Who is joining the panel today? Oh, there you go. All right, so they left. Somebody hit the link and then they left. Okay.
Calculations. And he just blew them off rip. He just off rip. Thomas Fuller, yeah, Tom Fuller. There you go, Thomas Fuller. Yeah, the human calculator. Yeah, this brother knew all of these complex numbers. This was an enslaved brother. You know, they would force you not to read. But this dude knew all of these complex numbers. This was like in the early mid 1700s. I think they called him the Virginia calculator. He was illiterate. They forced him, you know, they forced us to not read and write. But he could solve massive calculations in his head. See, a lot of the ignorance has been placed on us. And even though we still fight through that, we can still fight through that. And this dude could work with time, dates, large calculations instantly. Yeah? So yeah. This is some phenomenal stuff we got going on here. See, they try to force ignorance on us, and we still fight through it. We still shine through. Yeah. You got a cousin whose name is Thomas Fuller? Yeah. Yeah, it's heavy. Let me see. They signed in, every grandparent signed their name in cursive. Man. All right, let me get one more call in here, family. Yeah, our light is going to shine regardless. Yeah, our light will shine regardless. Just like that Tether caller who called up talking about Bama this, playing a banjo Bama. See, they got this thing where they try to put this stigma on Southern people, as if Southern black people are less intelligent and all that. And just because of the Southern accent, they try to make that synonymous with lack of intelligence. That's cap. That's bullshit. They try to make the Southern accent synonymous with lack of intelligence. And if you look at the culture, look at hip hop, for example. Some of the rappers from the South, these are some of the most intelligent cats in the game. Some of the rappers from the South are some of the most intelligent people in the game. My brother Killer Mike. Killer Mike, countries he wanna be. One of the smartest brothers I know. David Banner from Mississippi. Countries he wanna be. One of the smartest cats in the game. T.I. Straight out of the streets of Georgia. T.I.'s vocabulary is more vast than anybody in hip hop. It's like a running joke how vast T.I.'s vocabulary is. Bun B out here. I'm very proud of Bun B. I see Trill Burgers out here. One of my favorite rappers, Scarface, out here in Houston. Ain't too many people touching no damn Scarface. Ain't too many people touching Scarface. Yeah? KP, who's your father, K? Oh, yeah, so your dad. Your dad is, yeah, a lot of intelligent people, man. Very, very intelligent people. Yeah? Yeah, Scarface is the king of the South. Scarface is the truth, man. Yeah, Scarface is the truth. One of the best, most underrated cats out there. Yeah, Scarface is the GOAT. Yeah. So where the fine FBA women at? They out here in damn Houston. They out here heavy. They out here deep. Man. Said most of the black colleges in the South. Yes, indeed. All right, let me see. Let me try a couple of more people in here. Fresh Life. Let's get Fresh Life in the building.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? Nice to speak to you again.
Hey, brother Fresh, how you doing, fam?
I'm all right. Real quick, have you heard about what Charles Barkley said about
immigrants? Yeah.
Immigrants. Yeah, that's crazy, right? And he's from Alabama, right?
Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah. I don't know what Charles just be saying shit. Charles Barkley said something like, yeah, immigrants built this country. Immigrants built this country. I don't know. Charles be just saying shit. Charles know better. He said something about the immigrants built the country. Charles just be saying shit. That's our brother. But he just be saying shit. I don't know what his angle is. Yeah. But I don't know where he get that shit from. But I thought he was a Republican. He was saying a whole bunch of conservative talking points at one point. I don't know what Charles is doing. I just want to say, immigrants built that country. They built. Okay, Charles. Okay, go sit down and get a butter biscuit, Charles. I don't know what Charles is talking about. Shout out to the Barkley family. I loved his mother, Miss Charcy May. She was our bus driver. She took us to school. Loved her to life. She was like an aunt to us, Miss Charcy May, his mother. She's a very sweet lady. She used to take us to school. She used to drive us to school. She was a bus driver. I don't know what Charles be saying. I don't know what he be talking about. He just be saying shit. Man. I know. That's the homie. We know his family very, very well. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, we know him. We grew up with him. We grew up with Charles Barkley. Yeah, we know him. His mother was our bus driver. His mother drove the bus, drove us to school. Lovely woman. Yes, I don't know what he be talking about. Oh. Man. Okay. Let me see who we got. All right. Okay, let me, what time is it out here? Okay. All right. Because I'm out here in the beautiful Houston. Beautiful. Shout out to everybody in Houston. We're having a ball out here. We're having a ball out here. Who is the Fry Guys? The Fry Guys, did I have you on before? Fry Guy, I think I tried to add you on and nothing happened. Okay, Fry Guys, hop on. All right. So your daddy was locked up with James Brown. What the hell what was he doing locked up with James Brown? All right. Okay, let's get, okay. I wanted the Fry Guys to get on, but I don't know. Let me see. Should I get one more call, family? Should I get one more? Should I get one more? Because we do have a lot of people in here. All right, let me see. Not 4 more. We ain't doing 4 more. We ain't gonna do 4 more. Let's get one more. Y'all want one more? Y'all raise your hand. All right, if y'all don't raise your hand, we're gonna shut it on down. Let's raise your hands. Raise your hand in the chat. Let's do that. If you want to get on, raise your hand in the chat. All right, let's try it that way. All right, let's try Mr. Ty. Mr. Ty, hop on in, Ty. All right, Mr. Ty. All right. All right, Mr. Ty, I invited you up and you didn't come on through. All right. All right, come on now. Let's get one more. We're going to shut it down. Let's get Rena, Nina. Is it Rena or Nina? Hop on in. Rena? Okay, Rena, where you at?
Looks like Rena is trolling.
Okay, Rena ain't saying nothing. All right, I'm going to try one more. If y'all don't get on, we're going to shut this thing down. All right, because I ain't going to be just pushing buttons. Let's try Billion. Billion, let's get Billion in here. Billion. All right, Billion. Billion. Yo, Billion. All right. All right, Billion ain't saying nothing. All right. So nobody's. Okay. All right, we're getting pump fakes, all right? People are hitting the button by mistake. All right. You see, this wastes a lot of time. I don't want to waste time now. Because I low-key got the itis. I've been eating barbecue and catfish nuggets all damn day out here in Houston. I already low-key got the itis. I've been drinking sweet tea, eating pecan pies and shit. I'm going to look just like that picture right there. I'm going to look like Roland Martin when I leave this damn place. All right. So y'all got to come on now. I'm trying to get some sleep. Shit. Y'all get on here. I'm trying to sleep this itis off so I can wake up and get big back meals early in the morning. I'm starting early. I've been out here waking up with grits and biscuits and shit. Nigga, I'm out here just gorging myself. So come on now. I'm trying to get me some sleep so I can get me some biscuits in the morning. Shit. Man. Dude, they feed you out here, dude. Oh, I've been just eating it up. Nigga, this morning I had chicken wings, grits, and some damn grilled potatoes. Man, I'm out here looking like the fat nigga in Pretty Ricky, the little fat one. That's what I'm gonna be looking like. just stomach all over the place. Man, when I get back to LA, I'm gonna have to take me a sea moss cleanse because I'm showing out. We're gonna be out here for the rest of the week. I'm eating everything out here, nigga. Well, y'all gotta see me and my lady. We out here eating like hostages. It's up. Yeah, I'm in Houston right now, nigga. Man, we out here in Houston getting all this good ass food. Man, shout out to Houston. Shout out to Houston. Loving it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. All right, who is this people? Hold on, I'm trying to get some people in here. Different. What's up, brother? Different.
Hey Tariq, how you doing?
Hey, Different. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. It's that stuff what happened with that man in Ghana. He tried to go to that's what he tried to go to that country in the Brazil area and do the same crap. He tried to take money from them too.
Oh Lord. Lord.
Yeah, so he just didn't come to the United States. He went to South America too. Like he was going around everywhere and doing it. I'm like, man, this man is diabolical.
Man, these people are just going on a finessing tour, man. That's incredible. Thank you, Different. Miss Mangoes. Mia. Yo, Mia. Okay, Mia ain't saying nothing. Okay. Let me get Mia out of here. And Miss TJ, she's not saying nothing. Let me get her out of here too. All right. All right. Let me go ahead and wrap it on up. Everybody go to rootworkstyle.com. Get your Rootwork deodorant. Rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. Rootworkstyle.com. All right. I'm up out of here, guys. Papi akute lalavuvi to the family. Peace.
All right, so family, that was the catch up, the watch party, you dig? Yeah, so the Supreme Court were waiting on what they're gonna do. I'm not sure if the Trump administration can add to their claim that for clarity. Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, I don't. Okay, it's 3. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but we're gonna find out. I know. Shit, we ain't worried about it because nothing changed with us. Okay, it's 4, Yiggy. Okay, it's 5. Okay. Yeah, so we really ain't worried about it, but it's good to see people, take shit seriously. But let me see. Everybody on code in the chat. Everybody on code, man. Let's leave those Pan-African channels alone. They're cosplaying us. They're putting our name in the title because they see us drawing FBAs. Not even, Pan-Africans don't support other Pan-African channels at all. 0. So that's why I know it's us in there. Okay, they don't support their channels at all. All power to the people. Yes, sir. All right, family. Thank you for attending the watch party. Maybe go live a little later. I may try TikTok. So if you want to try it out with me, Unbiased Ron is the name. I think it's FBA. I know the name is for sure Unbiased Ron, but also check FBA News and Updates on TikTok. I got my videos, my music, and everything there. All right, family. Look, when I say that, I be thinking about what Tariq be saying. I pop it a boot. I pop it a boot. All right, family. I can't speak that language, but we out. Peace to the Lineage. Thank you very much for attending the watch party. 400 PV. All right. How do I close out this damn thing? I keep going back. Here we go. All right, family. I might try out the TikTok later. I think I exhausted my YouTube lives for today. I might do something tomorrow. Okay, unless something come up. Somebody There was a channel out there I might cook on. It's slight chance I go back live YouTube tonight, but may mess with TikTok.